Good afternoon, everyone. It is my distinct pleasure and privilege to be joining you in this very important conversation for the afternoon, which focuses on eco and environmental disaster risk management that my team in Sri Lanka, alongside many other partners, started 3 years ago as an intervention. The uniqueness of the intervention, of course, was that it was led by and for the young people of Sri Lanka, and inclusiveness was very important aspect of it. So we did emphasize on voices of the young people, their participation, their engagement, and of course including a louder voice by the girls in the community. That has been the key strength of this program. And of course, the success and the critical success indicators of the intervention was because it was a multi-stakeholder approach. I have to thank ChildFund Korea, our supporters in this, the government, and the International Union for Conservation of Nature. Everyone has played a role, brought their unique skills and talent to the table to make this intervention that made an impact and of course is sustainable. The other elements of the program that I should highlight, and I'm sure you're going to hear more about this as the conversation progresses during the afternoon, the use of digital and technology to track success. So these have been some very important conversations. As you know, it's happening around the world. The importance of environment, how important it is for our young people to be engaged in this conversation. So this is why ChildFund Sri Lanka got into making sure that we put our best foot forward, bring in the key stakeholders, and of course then see how it progresses. I welcome for this afternoon Major General Retired Rana Singhe, Director General Disaster Management Center, and Dr. Anatha Malavatantri, Country Representative of the IUCN, Dr. Karen, my colleagues from ChildFund Korea, Ms. Wong specifically, and Mr. Rana Palawala, the National Climate Finance Advisor at the Commonwealth Secretariat. In addition to the very, very esteemed speakers, I also welcome a lot of the audiences in which we have our like-minded organizations like ChildFund Sri Lanka, the UN agencies, the representatives from other organizations who have interest in this and play a role and would like to join hands with ChildFund Sri Lanka to take this forward. And my special thanks to Roland Angrer, Regional Director for ChildFund International Asia. He has been a great supporter of innovative ideas and building of partnerships, and I'm sure he will share his wisdom and thoughts on where we are with the intervention and how we could do even better. So thank you, Roland, for joining us this afternoon. Just to end, and before I leave it to the esteemed panel and the speakers, I am very proud of my team in Sri Lanka who has, with great dedication and commitment, completed the first round of this program with support from our colleagues from ChildFund Korea. So thank you all for joining us this afternoon, and I'm sure you will enjoy the conversations, and we hope to hear from you soon again to take this forward. Thank you and have a lovely afternoon. Thank you.
Sri Lanka is a tropical island that is considered to be a global biodiversity hotspot. The rich and unique biodiversity in the island forms the basis for the country's natural heritage and is a core feature of its cultural heritage and economic advancement. However, despite the favorable environment for life in the island nation, the last century has witnessed an increased number of environmental hazards. This has resulted in loss of both life and livelihood, placing Sri Lanka in the list of most vulnerable countries for natural disasters. Ecological approach for disaster risk reduction. Sri Lanka's biodiversity is significantly important both on a regional and global scale as it has the highest species density for flowering plants, amphibians, reptiles and mammals in the Asian region. Well-planned irrigation methods, nature-friendly mannerisms of cultivation and establishing habitat by the ancient settlers in the country have supported the preservation of the rich ecosystem in Sri Lanka. An ecosystem is a community of living organisms in conjunction with the non-living components of their environment interacting as a system. These biotic and abiotic components are linked together through nutrient cycles and energy flows. There are four main types of ecosystems observed in the country: coastal and marine ecosystems, inland and wetland ecosystems, agricultural ecosystems, and forests and related ecosystems. According to the National Biodiversity Strategic Action Plan 2016 to 2022, coastal and marine ecosystems consists coral reefs, seagrass meadows, salt marshes, mangroves, beaches, tidal flats, lagoons, estuaries, and sand dunes. Inland and wetland ecosystems consist of floodplains, swamps, lentic waters which includes tanks, reservoirs and ponds, river basins and wet willow grasslands. Agricultural ecosystems consist of paddy lands, fruit cultivations, small crop holdings or other field crops, vegetables, crop plantations, minor export crops, home gardens and chainer lands. Forests and related ecosystems include tropical wet lowland evergreen forests, tropical submontane forests, tropical montane forests, tropical moist monsoon forests, tropical dry monsoon forests, tropical thorn forests which is also known as arid zones, riverine dry zone forests and grasslands. Natural ecosystems encompass protection mechanisms to minimize any damage caused by environmental hazards. However, recent advancements in human activity and climate change has forced the hazards to develop into disasters that affect the entire world. What is a disaster? A disaster is a sudden calamitous event that seriously disrupts the functioning of a community or society and causes human, material and economic or environmental losses that exceed the community's or society's ability to cope using its own resources. Though often caused by nature, disasters can have human origins. Sri Lanka has two distinct monsoon seasons which are usually followed by flooding due to extreme rainfall. They also have significant spatial variability. In addition to flooding, the monsoons carry along cyclones and storms. Tropical cyclones and depressions forming in the Bay of Bengal usually affect the country. Despite receiving abundant rainfall annually, droughts have had similar widespread impact over the country. During 2016 and 2017, the country experienced a drought which was considered to be the worst such event in the past 40 years. Earth slips. 20% of Sri Lanka's land area is considered to be vulnerable to landslides. All districts of Sri Lanka are also prone to lightning strikes. They peak during the two intermonsoon periods, with April having the seemingly highest occurrence of events. Sea level rising. Climate change and processes such as coastal erosion and growing coastal human settlements in the island are increasing the long-term climate risks as sea levels continue to rise. Now, natural ecosystems play a vital role in mitigating these disasters. The nature, in executing its magnificent ability to balance its natural diversity, embeds unique buffer zones to protect the living beings from any hazards. Accordingly, forest reserves form an eco-fence protecting highlands from earth slips. Tanks prevent the droughts and regulate the flow of water. Mangroves provides a buffer zone to keep the shores from eroding. Sand dunes prevent a sudden surge of sea levels rising, hitting the island. Wetlands recede excess water and prevent flooding, and coral reefs reduces the impact from waves on the beaches. Thus, it is important to preserve these natural protection mechanisms in order to minimize damage from disasters. The most affected social group after a natural disaster are those who depend on nature for their living. Agriculture, animal husbandry, and fisheries provide livelihood for one-third of the employed in the country. Therefore, when a hazard hits, vulnerable groups in these economic clusters struggle to reinstate their livelihood and resume their day-to-day activities. While the government and policymakers develop holistic approaches to exercise as a country, living and practicing ecosystem-based disaster risk reduction methods is a sustainable way in mitigating the impact on these vulnerable groups. Because eco-DRR can be practiced by anyone, even individually. Youth in the country are key stakeholders of this task. They are able to support the younger generation, the children, to inculcate a nature-friendly way of living. At the same time, youth are also able to lobby and encourage adults to change, adapting to eco-friendly living, thereby sustaining this planet in its best form for the future generations. That was an introduction to the eco-DRR concept. Of course, that was brief but precise and in detail thoughts and knowledge about the eco-DRR concept and the many facets and aspects and how it can support the disaster mitigation process in the country will be shared extensively. And I'm sure about that, looking at the caliber of the panel who will sit with us and the keynote speakers who will be joining us, it is evident that we are going to get an in-detail update about how youth can be the catalysts in leading this ecosystem-based disaster risk reduction method in Sri Lanka. And at this occasion, we would like to actually lend our gratitude to ChildFund Korea, who are the funding partners of this project and implemented by ChildFund Sri Lanka with its technical partner IUCN and three local stakeholders who are joining us here. And up next, ladies and gentlemen, it is a special note from our funding partners, ChildFund Korea, and joining us virtually to share their thoughts is Unjae Wong, Humanitarian Project Manager, ChildFund Korea, and the space is for Mr. Wong to share your thoughts.
Greetings from Seoul. My name is Unjae Wong, and I am Humanitarian Project Manager of ChildFund Korea. Thank you for inviting me to today's symposium. On behalf of ChildFund, I celebrate today's event that will be launched on the way of implementing the eco-based disaster. Today, we are facing the disaster risk accompanied by climate change. When I went to the field Uganda, Cambodia, Myanmar, and so on, I witnessed that local community members are saying exactly the same thing, even though they speak very different language. It was, weather is not just like the old days. So they are not able to foresee their farming calendar, and it causes a lot of trouble in their income-generating activities. Even they increasingly experience higher frequency and severe intensity of extreme climate events such as typhoon and drought. To alleviate this kind of crisis, ChildFund Korea chose disaster risk reduction as one of the major three thematic sectors, which is alongside with child protection and education. And we have supported the project not only in Sri Lanka, but also in Myanmar, Philippines, Kenya, and Ethiopia. Among those, the project in Sri Lanka has a unique approach of ecosystem-based, and it was impressive to see how well the activities fit into local ecosystem. So I have learned lots of insight from the project. Finally, since I was not able to make a field visit to you last year due to COVID-19 pandemic, so I'm so glad to say to all of you in the community, especially to youth who have participated in the project continuously with passion and commitment. I feel that we are on the same side as a disaster risks reduction practitioner, so I encourage you to keep working on it to enhance the resilience of your community and to protect children.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wong. That was Mr. Unjae Wong, Humanitarian Project Manager, ChildFund Korea, who are the funding partners of this initiative. And next to address the gathering, it is my privilege to invite the keynote speaker, who's been a strong pillar in steering Sri Lanka's disaster management sector, and especially with an imminent threat like the COVID, mitigating the disasters and also sporadic occurrences around the country is led and dealt with under his guidance and leadership. Now I kindly invite retired Major General S. Ranasinghe, Director General, Disaster Management Center, for the keynote address.
Distinguished guests, executive officers, and those who are joining us virtually from all around the country and internationally. Good afternoon,
ladies and
Sri Lanka.
gentlemen. My name is.
Thank you. So first, let me thank the ChildFund Sri Lanka for this timely initiative and getting affiliated with Disaster Management Center for this very important implementation of youth-led ecosystem-based disaster risk reduction project covering 20 GN divisions in 4 selected targeted districts. I will endorse your selection of Nuerelia, Putlam, Batiklo, and Mulathu, which covers a diversity of 4 different unique ecosystems and environments, different cultures, different livelihoods, connected with the unique socio-economic morals and values in each respective districts. Human existence and the depth of our livelihood is based on the protection of ecosystem. This is practically proven worldwide in the present pandemic situations. Ecosystems act as a buffer against hazards, preventing disaster and reducing disaster impact on people, infrastructure, and basic essential services. Conservation, restoration, and the sustainable use and management of land, wetland, ocean, and other natural resources, which we have shown in the earlier small movie clip, and other natural resources strengthen disasters and climate risk management. Ecosystem-based approaches for disaster risk reduction aims at improving the condition and resilience of ecosystems in urban, rural, and preserved sanctuary wilderness areas, and as such contribute to implementing the Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction 2015-2030, while also contributing to achieving other policy objectives from biodiversity conversations to climate change adaptations. The strong linkages between disaster risk reduction and the environment are well acknowledged and are magnified by the impacts of climate change on the severity and frequency of environmental disasters such as landslide, floods, storm surge, forest fires, etc. in Sri Lanka. More of the time, ecosystems themselves can offer sustainable solutions for the reduction of disaster risk and the severity of their impact while adapting to global changes. Nature-based solutions, ecosystem-based adaptation, green infrastructure, and natural water retention measures are examples of ecosystem-based initiatives. Basically, it is the most rural and vulnerable people who depends on the nature and their living, relying on the environment and ecosystem for their sustenance and resilience. Hazards are natural, but disasters are not always natural. It is humans who always increase the vulnerabilities, creating root causes which lead to unsafe conditions. When we act against the nature and the ecosystem, they will definitely act against us. Disaster management is a collective and coordinated effort. Everyone must take an active part in disaster management to reduce the risk of human lives. As the saying goes, no one is safe until everyone is safe. So this is everybody's business to reach the last man, last mile. Under the Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction, whole world is working hard to achieve resilience in 2030. Today's youth will be the decision makers in 2030. Hence, to achieve safe and secure living and to ensure the sustainable resilience, we must address our younger generations now or it will be never. So again, a saying goes, charity begins at home. So first, it is the responsibility of the parents and loved ones at homes to inculcate good habits to their children, and the relatives also has a role to play. Good practices at home will grow up with the children, learning and adopting the safety and protection of their own backyard, and protecting the environment in and around his or her own home will be a good start for children and youth to get involved in the ecosystems. But maybe the parents are not so positive in this aspect. This is where the schools and the societies comes in. Starting from the kindergarten level, the subject of ecosystem, environment, pollution, garbage disposal, and all connected good habits should be inculcated to children. The teachers also should be educated on the subject, and this should be included into the teacher training program from kindergarten level to the basic school level. Further, leadership at school levels also is very important. At school level, children must be given their opportunities and openings to use their initiative, their talents, and their leaderships, and the staff, the teachers, or the parents should not kill their initiatives when they come up with new innovative ideas, innovative way forwards, and innovative programs for the disaster management and disaster risk reduction. The children have their own ways, own new thinking out of the box, so it should not be disturbed and it should not be discarded. It should be always taken as good advices. Having said that, the Ministry of Education of Sri Lanka has taken a good initiative on this important aspect and has given a very important priority to this subject. Every school has appointed a teacher or two for this area of study and awareness, who in turn is responsible to take it to the school development committees as well as parents teachers meetings and other development activities. So taking another step forward, Disaster Management Center initiated a new scheme of action of including disaster management and disaster risk reduction into school extracurricular, such as including the disaster risk management and disaster risk reduction into cadeting, scouting, guiding, cubbing, and other school children-led activities. So there will be kind of a disaster management medal or the badge given to Hermandu's cadets, the president's guides, the president's selected cubs or whatever. So those people also will be given a new recognition with this new program. Further, the DMC has started another program to get religious dignitaries educated and trained on the same subject, where the awareness can be as well. First program with 25 Peruvian student monks were carried out last month. This is also a new initiative, taking it right down to the youth and the village level. Next group is the community. There are a number of youth organizations in the community at village level as well as at city levels. Developing community youth leaders with commitment and dedication is essential to meet the target of getting youth-led ecosystem-based DRR. Another proposal is youth as diplomats on changes. The younger generation in every community has an exceptional capability to attract people and easily socialize with diversified groups. This capability will constitute generous mindsets in the country and encourage communities to move forward with compassion and kindness. Youth enriched with thinking, decent goals-driven attitudes, loyalty-driven open mindsets, confidence, and good values will always act as change diplomats to family, friends, and the community. Such youth will be a good asset for the community and the country. Developing them is the responsibility of all of us, and I'm sure a good foundation is started by ChildFund Children's Program. The United Nations has already recognized young people as the major energetic force for development, social change, economic growth, and technological innovation. December 2015 UN Security Council mandate, along with the Sustainable Development Goals, recognizes the important and positive role of young women and men in the maintenance and promotion of international peace and security. In particular, participation, prevention, and partnership were emphasized as pillars for action to engage with youth in conflict context, United Nations 2015. According to 2012 census, the Sri Lankan youth population has been estimated as approximately 4.4 million and to be nearly one quarter, that is 23% of the total population. This is like youth globally. Sri Lankan youth have often been the focus of public attention for the wrong reasons. Not always, but it's there in all walks of life. I believe it is because we as a society often fail to recognize them from the right reasons. We fail to highlight the positive contribution they make to society. We fail to place trust in them to lead. We fail to meet their aspirations and live up to our commitment to prove them and to give them the space to engage. All global frameworks call for bold approaches to building on a more just, peaceful, and sustainable world. The alternative is a world characterized by even more turmoil and instability than the one we know today. No one can feel comfortable in such a world. The problem of one country or region, economic, social, or political, do spill over to others. Young people now and in the future will play a big role in how our world adapts to these challenges. With youth comes energy, innovation, and optimism. If if they are supportive environments and opportunities. This lay the ground for major positive contributions by youth and for a demographic dividend for nations and our world. Involving young people as partners in the implementation of DRM is encouraged and appreciated by DMC. The valued energy of young must be harnessed for its effective implementations of DRM. Finally, I would like to congratulate the Child Fund of Youth in Ecosystem Management for risk reduction. DMC look forward to working together with all the parties to support the engagement of eco-based DRR with young people in future as well. With this note, I would like to conclude and is confident that everyone sitting here will carry this effort home and to your respective organizations. I will congratulate Child Fund Sri Lanka and state we DMC will always be there with you for good initiatives. Thank you.
General Answer, thank you very much for that illustrious and wholesome cross-cutting overview of how Sri Lanka is aligning with the disaster management framework. Ladies and gentlemen, you will agree with me if I say that all stakeholders, Child Fund Korea is funding us, Child Fund Sri Lanka is partnering, is implementing it with the Yulanka Voice and T-Field. IUCN is becoming the technical partner, and our youth are becoming the key stakeholders. But for all of us to align to this initiative, to one cause, it is vital that we have that overview where the country is steered in the disaster management sector as a community where we are going towards, and that is that serve justice, and there's no one more who could do that, none other than the Director General of the Disaster Management Center, retired Major General S. Ranasinghe. Thank you very much for that illustrious and thought-provoking keynote address. And ladies and gentlemen, we have, now you see that limited heads here who I am sure are who are acquainted with the disaster management sector and this field quite often, and you see each other on many different fora. But joining us from 4 different areas are youth who are going to
steer this task and who have been in this project led by ChildFund Sri Lanka, joining from Putlam, Nuarelia, Mullaitivu, and Batiklo. They are here, they are there in their original locations, joining us, listening attentively to what is being spoken here and what is their role in the youth-led ecosystem for disaster risk reduction. And thank you very much. Can we see a show of hands? I think, can we see a අපිට පුළුවන් ද අද්දෙක උස්සලා පෙන්නන්න අපේ තරුණයන්ගේ ශක්තිය එங்களுக்கு කයිගල கொஞ்சம் தூக்கி காட்டேலுமா எங்கட Child Fund Sri Lanka Youth Ambassadors කයිගල கொஞ்சம் தூக்கி காட்டுவோம் අපේ අද්දෙක උස්සලා පෙන්නන්න පුළුවන්ද මේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ තාරුණ්‍ය ශක්තිය අද කොවිඩ් නිසා මෙතනට එන්න බැරි වුණා. ඉද ඉලංගෙයින් youth they couldn't be here, ladies and gentlemen, because of the COVID situation in the country. We only were able to invite 48 heads here, but many of them joining from 4 different districts in Sri Lanka, from Nuarelia, Putlam, Mullaitivu, and Batiklo. Thank you very much, and we should tell you that simultaneous translations are being happening in each venue, so they are very, very well thorough and briefed about the events happening here in English, in the bridging language, and the local language translations are being done in the very venues. So I'm sure that the insights, that the knowledge that is being imparted from the eminent panelists are going to leave a resounding remark in their journey towards the youth-led ecosystem for disaster risk reduction. So next up, we have a very important matter at hand to be done, and one of the salient features of this symposium, we are going to launch 2 publications at this very occasion, and the 2 publications will be launched. And to do the launching of the publication, I would like to invite the project manager of youth-led eco-based DRR project from Child Fund Sri Lanka, Mrs. Samantha Dimel.
Thank you very much, Arshad. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm extremely pleased to initiate the launch of 2 very important publications Child Fund and IUCN have commissioned at this occasion. Both dossiers are mission critical in propagating concept of eco-DRR in the country. One document that will be published today is the review for national policy to adopt eco-DRR methods. We identified the disaster resilience thresholds of the country, which could be optimized and carefully reviewed the national policy alongside. The document to propose the suggestions for the policy is prepared with careful consultation with a variety of stakeholders. We believe that this document will help the disaster risk reduction mechanism in the country. The second publication is compilation of case stories of youth from program areas where our eco-DRR project is implemented. The stories propose reflection of the youth and the change that they see in their communities. Now, to officiate the launch of this publication, I would like to invite our chief guest for the day, Director General, Disaster Management Center, retired Major General Sudhanta Ranasinghe, to come forward, sir. To present our chief guest the policy document, I kindly invite Dr. Anand Mallavatantri, Country Representative, IUCN. Dr. Anand will now present the document to our chief guest. Thank you very much, Dr. Anand. Sir, wait, please wait, sir. Another publication is there. DG, sir, please wait. Next, to present the compilation of the case stories to our chief guest, I would like to invite the youth panelists for today, Ms. Tavapi Raja from Batiklo and Mr. Rokshantan from Nuarelia. Please come forward and hand over your achievements to DG, sir. Thank you very much, Sam. Thank you very much, Mr. Rokshantan and Mr. Viraja. We hope that this publication will support and strengthen the disaster risk reduction mechanism in our country. Also, I kindly invite all the invitees to secure your copies of this publication on your way out of the hall after the event. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Samantha. And to all our youth members who are joining from around Sri Lanka, you will eventually secure your copies. And one publication, of course, is authored by your contribution. So that is what our youth ambassadors for today presented our chief guest with. So I'm pretty sure that you will get your copies in due course, and also the review document that was presented by Dr. Ananda Malavatan. Ladies and gentlemen, now we have a few mission critical ideas that will be shared about the global and national landscape on youth-led eco-DRR. And first, we have a presentation or an address by On Focus on Climate Change and Disaster Risk Reduction in ChildFund Global Strategy will be shared with us by the Senior Advisor, Disaster Risk Reduction. Sorry, the global national landscape on youth-led eco-DRR, that is what is being spoken of first. And to deliver that address, I would like to invite Dr. Karen Sudmir-Rocks, Senior Advisor, Disaster Risk Reduction with the United Nations Environment Program, Programs Disasters and Conflict Program in Geneva. And of course, we have to let you know that Engage Strategic Alliance is partnering with us to involve the members, the stakeholders who are joining us from not only Sri Lanka, but also from around the world to this very venue. And credits goes to Engage for doing a wonderful task. Ladies and gentlemen, let me give a brief summary of Let me give a brief summary of our speaker, Dr. Karen Sudmir-Rocks. Dr. Karen Sudmir-Rocks is a Senior Advisor, Disaster Risk Reduction with the United Nations Environment Programs, Disasters and Conflict Program in Geneva. Dr. Karen has over a decade of experience researching, teaching, and publishing on the topics of ecosystem-based disaster risk reduction. She is currently coordinating a global project on ecosystem-based disaster risk reduction, which includes the development of a postgraduate course and 2 massive open online courses on ecosystem-based disaster risk reduction. She is also a scholar of ecosystem-based landslide management with expertise from Nepal. She holds a PhD in environmental sciences and a master's degree in international development and forest ecology from Switzerland and the United States. So now it is Dr. Karen who will be sharing the space with us.
Good afternoon, colleagues in Sri Lanka. Please let me know if you can hear me properly. And if you allow me to share my screen, I will share my presentation, please. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. We can hear you clearly.
Thank you. I have not been allowed to share my screen, or if the host will kindly share my slides, which I shared in advance, I can start my presentation.
Dr. Karen, kindly stay with us for a minute.
Thank you. Well, while we're waiting for the technical thing to work, I would like to thank you wholeheartedly for this invitation. I'm extremely excited to be speaking at your important event today. And I congratulate ChildFund with their publications. And also, I would like to let you know that I have a particular fondness for Sri Lanka. It was the last country that I visited before the lockdown, actually. So I'm extremely happy also to be here today. Let's see here if you can now see my screen, and I can make it full screen. Can you see it now? Please confirm.
Yes, Dr. Karen, we can see you. We can see the
All
slide.
right, fantastic. Now, I'd like to just say before starting that Sri Lanka has much to be proud of, especially when it comes to ecosystem-based disaster risk reduction. We have just heard from the Honorable Director General of your Disaster Management Center on the importance of ecosystem-based disaster risk reduction as part of your national strategy. Sri Lanka also has a strong history of protecting its mangroves for protecting its coastline from hazards. And a few weeks ago, we were honored to have a special envoy from the United Nations Secretary General Envoy on Youth, who is actually from Sri Lanka. Did you know that? Her name is Miss Wikrama Nayake, and she is the UN's Secretary General Special Envoy on Youth. So there's much, I think, for Sri Lanka to be proud of. So I would like to give a brief overview on why are ecosystems important to reducing disasters. Why are youth so important for so-called eco-DR and the other way around, right? How can you get involved and what can you do? So first, my first question, why are ecosystems so important to reducing disasters? This is an image that I often use to show one of the main reasons why we really need to protect our trees. This is a photo from Haiti on the border with the Dominican Republic. On your left, I think you can see my mouse. I'm not sure. We have Haiti. On the right, we have Dominican Republic, the same island. And what happened when the same storm, tropical storm Jeanne, hit this island in 2004? There were so many casualties in Haiti and very few casualties in Dominican Republic. And most of those people who died in Dominican Republic lived right on the border with Haiti. Because unfortunately, for many political and historical reasons, the people of Haiti have not been able to protect their trees. Only 2% of their tree cover is remaining. And who do you see are the victims? We see many children. But we also know that in Haiti, there are many young people who are able and willing to do something, but they may not always know what is the right way forward. Now, I said that Sri Lanka has much to be proud about. Unfortunately, Sri Lanka has been through so many disasters. And maybe this is why your country has become so strong in promoting ecosystems for disaster risk reduction. You probably have the unfortunate memory of the tsunami in 2008. Of course, it wasn't 2004, but the image is from 2008, where a hotel was destroyed after sand dunes near Yala Safari Resort were removed so that tourists could better see the ocean. And many people died here, unfortunately. We also know that one of the ranger stations was also completely destroyed, and I was fortunate to visit this place in 2019. But we also know that there are beautiful sand dunes on your coastline, and these sand dunes, they actually protect. Here we see there is another ranger station that is actually saved because of the sand dune. And there is also an ecotourism resort that was saved because of the sand dune. And this sand dune also protects turtles and many other species. So this is a really good example of what we mean by eco-DRR. But here are some more examples. Ecosystems can be also very good for reducing flooding. When we let our rivers go in this meandering way, they will not flood as much. When we have trees, we can break down windstorms. Coastal storms I managed here, I mentioned already. Here is again the beautiful sand dune in Yala National Park. But also for landslides, vegetation can be very important. in managing landslides. And I know you have many in Sri Lanka, many landslides. Please visit our website. This is, it's petter.org. And you can see we're talking more and more about this term nature-based solutions. It is an umbrella concept that also looks at how to reduce disaster risk reduction, climate change adaptation through various types of environmental management, urban greening, green infrastructure, landscape restoration, wetlands restoration. And we have many other examples. You can find this infographic and you're welcome to use it in your work if you go to our website that is listed here below. My next question, why are youth so important for EcoDRR? And why is EcoDRR important for youth? This here is an image of when I was in Pakistan. I was studying the landslides that happened after the earthquake there in 2005, working with IUCN actually, IUCN Pakistan. What we found is probably maybe surprising, but maybe not surprising, is that goats and how we manage goats was one of the main reasons behind so many landslides. In those slopes where the goats had eaten all of the grass, every single root, we had so many more landslides than in areas that still had forest cover. And who are the people that are managing the goats? In many cases, it is our youth. Of course, our youth are maybe not always empowered to manage the goats in the way they would prefer to. But youth are very critical to helping in and listening to and suggesting better ways of managing our natural resources, better managing the livestock that may cause some increase our hazards. Now, when we look in Nepal, we know that community-based forest user groups, they no longer allow the goats to graze freely. They must be kept in stalls, and there the young people and many times the women are the ones who bring the fodder and the grasses to the goats so they do not create so many problems. Some more ideas on how youth are very important and can get involved. Right now, we're seeing in the United States and in Europe, a green schoolyard movement. Green schoolyards can be very useful, not only for teaching children about agriculture, about plant growth, but they can also be used as a place for storing water and for also perhaps reducing suburban flooding issues. So it can have an EcoDRR purpose. You can actually find more information if you can Google the Green Schoolyards movement. Another example I would like to give is on Eco-Safe Roads project I worked on, also very proudly with IUCN and at the time with the university. We were working with a school in Nepal where boulders were coming into the schoolyard and actually threatening the school itself. What we did is that we worked with the school children to plant vetiver grass, which I know also grows in Sri Lanka, with very deep roots. And it stabilized the slope above their school so that no more boulders would fall into the schoolyard. This is what the grasses looked like. This is broom grass, actually, a local type of, so we planted vetiver and a local type of small bamboo that grows also natively in Nepal. Some other things that we're working on in Kerala nowadays is riverbed restoration, coastal restoration, and pond conservation, amongst many other things. And these are projects that can be undertaken with school groups and quite easily, and I think youth are very happy also to participate in such projects in their communities. Not only to enhance protection, but also livelihoods. I was asked to give a bit of a global picture, and I also want to encourage you as young leaders to become a leader on EcoDRR. We heard previously about the Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction. This is one of the most important frameworks at the international level. But also we have the climate change COP coming up this year. The Convention of Biological Diversity is another big one that is being renegotiated this year and that we are working on very actively to include targets on eco-DRR. Ramsar is on wetlands management, United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification. And then UNESCO has also a big program on protected areas, and we're working with them to include disaster risk reduction. Save the Children are our partners, and you may be aware of UNICEF. They also have a division on disaster risk reduction. What I want to say is that we are listening to youth, we're listening to their youth voices. At all of these conferences, these upcoming big negotiations, there are youth voices that are being sought out and that are very important to forge further international framework agreements. Finally, how can you get more involved? There are opportunities out there. And like I said, the world is listening now more and more to youth voices. We are working in the Partnership for Environment and Disaster Risk Reduction with this group. And you can see that Save the Children is one of our newest members, but also we have IUCN as one of the oldest members, WWF, and many others. We are working on promoting the role of ecosystems in disaster risk reduction and climate change adaptation by advocating for science and knowledge, strengthening capacities, for policy advocacy and mainstreaming. Some more ideas for getting involved, not only with us, but others. You can see here many ideas. I'm just going to kind of let them go down on the screen. And I share my slides. Hopefully the organizers can send them to you, but joining in a local environmental conservation group. And there are other opportunities at the international level. There's a UN major group for children and youth. You see there's a specific group for the UNFCCC that I just mentioned. But also in your own house, in your own community, you can start to become a leader by showing how to collect rainwater, starting your own vegetable garden, choosing a green rooftop for your house, sharing opportunities with your friends and family, asking your teacher to include nature-based solutions in the curriculum. And there's also an online Earth School that is quite interesting that my colleagues have developed. And as the Honorable Director General of the Disaster Management Center just mentioned, you sometimes think out of the box. But oftentimes, I think the parents will listen when the children come home and say, you need to stop using so much plastic, Mommy. It's happened to me in my own household. I'm given lessons on a daily basis from my now quite grown children on what I should on more sustainable practices, even in the household. So now let's see if the technology will work with us. And I can show you a small video, which is messages from around the world. It is part of a massive open online course that we have just launched. You can find at the top of my screen how to subscribe. We are very proud to let you know that ChildFund has submitted we have example from ChildFund in our course. It was launched 2 months ago, and we currently have over 12,000 people joining us. 12,000 people participants, and we're hoping for more. We have a big section on youth, and this video I would like to show you. After that, I will conclude my talk, is from youth messages from around the world. Now let's hope that it works, including the sound. Okay, let's see. I'll see if it can manage. Mm.
Dr. Karen, I'm sorry, the voice is not quite clear to us.
Whoops, sorry, I will go to the next. Okay, I don't know if you were able to hear the video, if it worked, but in any case, I'm at the end of my presentation. I would like to thank you. And also, I'm very honored that you invited me. I'm no longer a youth, but I don't think I qualify anymore. But of course, I'm very supportive of all youth efforts. And I wish you an excellent continuation of your workshop. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Karen. Thank you indeed. It is a great strength that you're here with us and you're imparting your knowledge and you're sharing your knowledge and expertise of an illustrious journey in this field, and also supporting more youth to join in hands with these ecosystem-based disaster risk reduction methods. Thank you very much for sparing your time, and thank you very much for your wonderful words that you shared with us here today. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Can we see youth ambassadors joining from the 4 different areas, from 4 different districts? I have a small message for you. Right. Okay. Can you hear me well? Can you hear us well? Just checking on whether you are still with us or you have gone for your lunch, or since we really can't see you. I hope you are with us. අපිට පුළුවන් ද අත්උස්සලා ඉස්සරහට පෙන්නන්න අපිත් එක්ක ඉන්නවා කියලා. කයිගල கொஞ்சம் தூக்கி காட்டலாமா? எங்களோட நீங்க நிக்கிறேன் இன்னும். Youth joining from 4 different areas, from Nuwara, Puttalam, Mullaitivu, Batticaloa. Okay, so there's a small message for you. Of course, the entire program was filled with messages for you, but there's a small announcement or a request. That is, if you have any questions, I kindly invite you to drop it on the chat box, and Engage Strategic Alliance will compile those messages and will present it to our speakers, and we will also be able to receive your questions. So once again, the speakers who joined us virtually will be able to see your messages. So if you have any questions on any of the points that were spoken today, that will be shared hereafter, you can please share your questions and thoughts on that chat box. So leaders who are spearheading each gathering from 4 different areas, please be kind enough to get those questions and direct it to the chat box so that our panelists, our speakers, will be able to answer those questions. And thank you very much once again to dear youth from Nuwara, Puttalam, Mullaitivu, Batticaloa for joining from the 4 districts from via the online technology. And thank you very much for Engage for making it possible. And up next we have another presentation, and that will be done here. And to do the presentation, that is the national landscape of the ECO-DRR, or Youth-Led Ecosystem for Disaster Risk Reduction, we have Mr. Ranga Pallavala, National Climate Finance Advisor at the Commonwealth Secretariat. Before Mr. Pallavala, or while Mr. Pallavala comes here, I have a small brief note about Mr. Pallavala. He's a National Climate Finance Advisor at the Commonwealth Secretariat, and he's a technical expertise on climate change, renewable energy, and governance in local development aspects in Sri Lanka, India, and Pakistan. He is also involved in climate change adaptation, resilience, and governance-related research since 2009. in various capacities. He is also a part of the Sri Lankan delegation on UNFCCC negotiations from 2009 on climate finance, and member of the National Expert Committee on Climate Change Adaptation of Government of Sri Lanka since 2012. The list goes on, but one last word. I have advised the ministry, Mr. Rangapalavala has advised the Ministry of Finance Economic Development of Tuvalu on climatic finance, especially accrediting national implementing entities for climate finance direct access. So that is, we are going to hear from Mr. Rangapalavala on the national landscape, and we are sharing the space with you here.
Thank you very much for that blushing introduction to me. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Nalaka Sirivardhana, Country Manager from ChildFund, and distinguished invitees, Dr. Mallava Tantri from IUC and friends, and everybody who joined virtually for this meeting. First of all, thank you very much for inviting me. After some time, I'm talking to my friends after, I think, quite a bit of a time. So without taking much time, I just want to highlight a bit on the national context. I think certain things are already been said. And of course, my presentation has been made easier by Dr. Karen, because some of the points that I wanted to discuss was already mentioned there. So I have stolen this particular slide from one of my colleagues working with me at the Commonwealth Secretariat. When I transferring the slide to the computer, the colleagues over there asked, have you lost the font here? It looks something, yes. I said, no, this is Greek. This is the Greek word called synergia, on which we have developed the English term called synergy, which has been discussed widely, especially in the management and in many other sectors. What is the synergies? The easiest way to remember synergy is 1 + 1 is equal to 3, where it says the interaction and cooperation of 2 or more agents, substances, or units produced a combined effort greater than the individual sum of the separate agents. So the interactions matters a lot. Rather than looking at the individual components, the interaction between these components are quite important, and sometimes those interactions are hidden, and it's very difficult to quantify, and it's hidden. So once these interactions are missing, the individual components performs completely a different way, which might not be, it's very difficult to model or project what would be the behavior is. So synergy, I took this word synergy and synergy, it's basically the ecosystem is a perfect example how to explain synergy is. It was explained that both the abiotic and the biotic components in the environment interacts with each other. That interactions provide much greater than what you see of the individual, the components. And the ecosystem is all about these interactions and the components together. And of course, the disaster risk reduction, there are a lot of benefits. I don't want to go back towards that because there have been a lot of explanation came into that. But I would like to go to the national level disaster management context. I'm a self-proclaimed youth, but I have almost 20 years of work experience in the development sector. So during that sector, of course, I have undergone and experienced some of the changes in the knowledge curve on disaster management. I think one of the significant year in terms of disaster management in Sri Lanka is 2004, where we experienced the greatest Asian tsunami disaster. And that disaster gave us a bit of a shock and shift our thinking towards looking at disaster management in a more broader way and a more holistic way. I think before 2004, there were sporadic initiatives by different organizations, the government agencies, even the research entities to see how to manage disasters, but that was more of like response and the emergency response kind of mechanism. And there were a little bit of about disaster preparedness thinking and looking at the disaster management cycle in a way. And that was looking as an alternative perspective to disaster by that time. But after 2004, everybody was talking about the disaster management cycle. and they were talk about the preparedness. They were starting to talk about how to mainstream disaster management into, or disaster prevention, and kind of a cycle. So I think that's a kind of a turning point in disaster. So I just want to mention that we have moved a long way in terms of disaster management in Sri Lanka. I think we need to be proud about it. But my key message here, there's a lot more we need to do in the future too. There are a bit of a challenging. So after 2004, there are a lot of discussions happened, and most of my friends sitting around here who has been working in the disaster management sector for a long years, you may realize how much of new things that you have undergone during this period, and what are the things we are talking now in terms of disaster management. Those are completely different and challenging. It's a kind of a dynamic environment. But 2020 is also, I think, it's a landmark in another turning point in the disaster management history of Sri Lanka and globally too. So between 2020 and 2004, in Sri Lanka, there were a lot of climate change related discussions fed into the disaster management discourse. Of course, globally, the climate change discussions has happened, much before than that. It started somewhere in early 1990s. But due to some of the other socio-economic contexts prevailed in the country, the climate change discussions came into the forefront after 2009. So until that, the knowledge curve among the disaster management experts and the professionals and the organizations on climate change was at very low level. So in between that time, now we are talking about the climate change. Now we are talking about how the climate change is triggering the intensities and the frequencies of these natural disasters or the climate-induced disasters. That discussions happen. But 2020, another milestone. I would like to take from there, with that 2020 experience, what we are going to do next. I will start my presentation in that way. So I don't want to discuss this, but the Asian tsunami disaster was a major hit, and the international discussions on UN level disaster risk reduction, the UNDRR, earlier it was UNISDR, but UNDRR start with that. And it triggered to have the National Disaster Management Act enacted in the parliament. And the institutions such as Disaster Management Center was established to implement the activities under this act. And the National NCDM was established under the presidence of the president and the prime minister. The political, the high level attention was given to disaster management with that, because we think that's an important. This is a photo from Panama. This very similar thing to Dr. Karen said. This is not Panama, right? By the way, this is Panama in Ampara in Sri Lanka. In Panama, same as Dr. Karen mentioned, the entire village was saved by the tsunami waves because of the sand dune, the natural sand dune. That was an example. And there were a number of examples came up along the coastlines of Sri Lanka soon after tsunami, how the natural ecosystem have saved their lives or houses or infrastructure or villages with that. So that's the number one example we had long time back in Sri Lanka, how the ecosystem-based disaster risk reduction can happen. When you're talking about disasters, of course, the frequently talked disaster events are there. According to our Act on Disaster Management in Sri Lanka, there are certain way of defining disasters. And in that, of course, droughts and floods and landslides are very frequently mentioned, about the high winds and all. This is Samasara in Aranayaka, the landslide disasters. And we're talking about the frequently occurring this isolated high wind situation, the tornado type wind situations happening, damaging households in isolated areas. These are coming up frequently. I'm not quite sure, probably Mr. Javira and I saw Anuj as well, you might be able to give more figures. Like we are getting these kind of tornado high winds like once in a month now, quite astonishing numbers. And the climate change projections This is a very famous map based on the research team led by Professor Dr. Ranjit Punyavardhana. It shows how the temperature patterns of Sri Lanka would change from 2020 to 2050 and then 2080. So it seems from the basis average temperatures, it seems the central part of the country will see a higher level of temperature rise in the country. So we are but it doesn't mean that it's not affecting the other parts. Of course, other parts also affecting, but the increase from the baseline is quite high in the central parts. Same thing we have seen in the rainfall patterns. Rainfall pattern is very clear, and it is being reiterated by further research as well, that the southwestern part of Sri Lanka is getting wetter, where the dry zone and the rest of the country is getting drier gradually. This is 2020, the mid map is 2050, and the final one is 2080. So it means the southwestern monsoon is getting intensified gradually, where the northeastern monsoon is getting neutralized gradually in Sri Lanka. So this means we are experiencing the changes in the weather patterns, and definitely this will affect the disaster situations as well in Sri Lanka. So that means we in Colombo and the southern western part of Sri Lanka will experience more floods and more rains, where there will be a lot of drought occurrences in the rest of the country. So these are projected scenarios, and based on that we are working. This is not new, and this is of course being taken up by the Disaster Management Center and the disaster management professionals, and we are working towards that, both through mega scale infrastructure development project as well as smaller level adaptation actions. But another disaster situation which have not been given very much serious attention is about the heat stress. And the heat stress situations keep on increasing, and this is not been considered as a disaster so far in Sri Lanka. But I think it's high time to get this on board and see how to tackle it. And recent Met Department figures shows that the felt temperature in Colombo is quite high compared to the last 5 years. So the felt temperature is the heat stress that you feel as individuals. So definitely the demand for cooling, the air conditioning and fans will definitely go up. And we don't know how far it will affect our energy scenarios, but still, this is a kind of a disaster situation that gradually increasing and we need to face on. I'm just highlighting this. When you talk about disasters, some disasters are not coming to our mind. But actually, that's how people felt, because that's a disaster for them. This is about saline water intrusion into the country. And the farmers along the coastlines and some of the coastline areas, they think it's a disaster because it's affecting their livelihood badly. And why seawater intrusion happens? Of course, there's an imbalance in the prevailed ecosystems. So these are disasters. The human-wildlife conflict, it's not been defined as a disaster to be managed under the Disaster Management Center. But for people, of course, it is a disaster and we need to manage it. I was talking about 2020 as a turning point. 2020, of course, the COVID-19 pandemic gave the first experience to our generation about a pandemic, and we are still suffering from it and we are trying to get over with it. But during the pandemic period, probably you have heard this situation which shift the perceptions on disaster in Sri Lanka. It's about the fall armyworm, or Sena Dalambua in Sinhala. Suddenly there's a menace of attack from this. The caterpillar happened especially started from maize, but it affected so many other crops, and all the agriculture experts got panicked. And what they have done is they have calculated the larvae stage of this particular moth or the caterpillar, and they were predicting that to get over with this the caterpillar menace, Sena Dalambua attack, will take about 4 months based on the life cycle. But interestingly, what we have seen is that after about 1.5 months, this was gradually suppressed and it's controlled. And based on the life cycle of that particular moth, it cannot happen naturally. Then how it happened? And later on, we found that it's because of the biological diversity we have in our country. and they are contributing it that they are contributing it that I don't know, sorry. They're attributing that the biodiversity has controlled this caterpillar menace in Sri Lanka, which was not considered as an option earlier on. So this is a kind of a hidden interaction that we have seen in the components of our environment, which we have never seen this interaction as a benefit earlier on, which we have never calculated this benefit in our any of the books or cost benefit analysis in our environment, but it gave a bit of a benefit for us. And being during a pandemic, now there are a lot of discussions happening. It's about how this new pathogens can evolve, both the bacteria and the viruses, because they are shorter lifespan. Of course, they can evolve faster. And the changes in the ecosystems and the climate patterns, we are in a threat that we can have frequent pandemic than it used to be in the past history of human civilization. So the biodiversity or the ecosystems paying a lot for you. Unfortunately, we don't feel it. It's like an insurance certificate. Until you pay your premium, it looks like a burden to you. But when you start getting the benefits and the dividends, especially at a breakdown situation, you felt that this is very important and we need to have it. So unfortunately, without being able to project and calculate and quantify the benefits of this ecosystem interactions, it's quite difficult to convince the decision makers, especially the developmental decision makers, not to disturb the ecosystems. Because until the breakdown situation, you don't feel it. So that's a bit of a tough scenario. I'll go back to my original slide, the synergy. It's about the interaction of the components, and it gives greater than the sum of the individual one. And in Sri Lanka also, in the disaster management situation, of course, we have come a long way. We have an institutional mechanism set up to manage disasters and forward-looking things, and we are talking about the future disaster risk with the climate change, etc. And we are looking at these disasters. But in summary, we have a lot more other interactions, synergies that we have not tapped in Sri Lanka based on that. There are different components like ocean and coastal resource management. It's been handled by a different institutional mechanism. You have forestry and wildlife, which is being managed by a different domain of institutional mechanisms. Air quality improvement is being handled by a different one. The biodiversity is handled by the different one. So there are so and so forth and a lot of other components. Unfortunately, the ecosystem DRR benefits can be tapped if we build synergies of all these components. What we are lacking in Sri Lanka is these interaction parts. We have individual domains working separately on these areas, but until we tap the interlinkages of these institutions, we might not capitalize on the ecosystem-based disaster risk reduction. It's not covered under the Disaster Management Act. For example, if you take the wildlife attacks or the human-wildlife conflict, it might fall under the forestry and the wildlife, and it might also go under the agriculture. So that means there are a lot of missing links in terms of working together in the institutions. So I believe unless we have tap these interactions through a very much of a sustainable development oriented framework, we might not be able to capitalize on this and move ahead with some of the benefit that you have seen in the previous the presentations as well as the video clips and certain examples that I have brought up as well. So what's the way forward? Still, we need to have more evidence in terms of disaster risk reduction based on the ecosystem services. Of course, ChildFund is doing something along with youth in few other areas, and Dr. Karen mentioned certain examples. Likewise, we need more and more evidence, because that we need to bring a lot of people into this the advocacy process. For that, we need to build a critical mass. To bring the critical mass, we need to have more and more examples. So compilation of examples, analyzing those things, articulating those things, and bring about the learning is quite important. I think we must thank the initiative that you have done today. And again, a synergy matters. If you look at all the components that contribute towards ecosystem-based disaster risk reduction, we have individual strategies and the plans for Sri Lanka. We have the National Biodiversity Strategic Action Plan. We have the National Determined Contributions on Climate Change. We have National Adaptation Plan. We have the Comprehensive Disaster Management Program Experience to Sri Lanka, and even the Forestry Management Plan, etc. But those are in different domains. What we need to do is look at these interactions, and that interactions will give how the ecosystem-based management of disasters and tapping benefits and the other aspects, even the lives, improving lives and livelihoods of people are important. So there are policies out there, but we need to review and find these interactions and build on this the interaction properly. Investments and finance are required. Currently, of course, disaster management investments are coming in a kind of through a certain channels. The public investments mainly coming through the Disaster Management Center and the Ministry of Disaster Management. But as I mentioned, we need to have a coordinated effort toward that. When you ask about ecosystem-based approaches, of course, there are existing opportunities where you can tap into that. Especially there are the climate finance mechanisms established where the country can tap into. But the most feasible, the grant type, the finances are diminishing in the world. That's the reality. So how to use the blended finance mechanisms is quite an important thing. Not looking at only at the grants, how you can get the private sector on board, how you can get the investment aspects on board is quite important, and that's an area that we need to look into. The private sector engagement is key. Because whatever said and done, the ecosystem services, the environment concerns are now have moved into private sector, not only to their sustainability arms, but into the core business as well. If you look at the new trade, the standards emerging across the countries, across the transboundary trade agreements, etc. So the private sector has no other options other than engage in the process and adapting it. So private sector engagement is quite important. Finally, the community and civil society organizations also need to come in, because they're at the grassroots level. They are the people who are dealing with the environment and the ecosystem, and they are the best place to protect those as well as contribute to the restoration of lost ecosystems as well. So with that, I'll stop. I'll stop again by saying synergy is quite important. What we are lacking in Sri Lanka in terms of at the national level is the synergy among different components, and where I think all the stakeholders need to working on that. So I'll stop there. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pallavala. That was Mr. Ranga Pallavala, National Climate Finance Advisor at the Commonwealth Secretariat. And thank you very much for walking us through from where Dr. Karen stopped and giving a deliberate detail about the local context and how the synergy matters. And it is indeed that all stakeholders should come in unison, as Mr. Pallavala explained rightly, to take this initiative forward, and sporadic significant impact, especially, and the previous 2 years was ranked in the second place, or in among the first 3 places of the most vulnerable countries for climate or natural disasters in the German Disaster Risk Index. So those are some points that we can make a note of when these intellectuals are sharing the details with us, and I'm hoping that our youth are taking close notice because the project is going to go with you. And as rightly mentioned by the previous two speakers, the ecosystems matter, and the 4 identical locations or 4 districts that ChildFund has, or this partnership has chosen, have distinct variety in the ecosystems, and the youth can in fact do much more when it comes to the disaster risk reduction process in the country. Before we have another speech, and before we go on to that, I want to remind our youth once again, if you have any questions, the speakers are available, so do mention those questions or do send in those questions via your leader in the chat boxes so we can direct the questions to the panelists. Up next, we have building local capacity for DRR, focusing civil society organization and youth. We have Mr. Roland Angera, Regional Director, ChildFund International, and he's joining with us virtually. And just a bit about Mr. Angera. He has 20 years of illustrious professional experience in the development sector and in communication, specifically in Austria, and gone through different levels of management, foundation, supervision, and support of multidisciplinary and multicultural teams, establishing and maintenance of partner relationships, interaction and collaboration with government institutions, and strategic country planning, organizational development, security emergency, a long career in the development sector. So now we share our space with Mr. Roland Angera, Regional Director, ChildFund International.
The international community realized and acknowledged for the first time that local actors are the key stakeholders in the emergency response process. So when we talk about emergencies, we know and we're aware that most of them are happening at the local level. We always read and hear about the big emergencies on the TV news or in the newspapers, but actually dozens of them, if not hundreds of them, are happening in short periods of time, and are never known widely or publicly, but it requires actors and it requires responders on the ground who attend to people who are affected. And that's usually local actors. It's not international, global agencies who come in then. It's the local people, their organizations who need to be there and who need to respond. Secondly, even if a bigger disaster happens, it usually takes quite some time until the big machinery gets into gears and people can arrive to help. So even big national organizations or international agencies take 24 to 48 hours before they can be on the ground. And the question is, what happens in this first 24 or 48 hours? Somebody has to attend and has to save lives. And again, it's the local people who are directly affected, but have the capacities to locally respond. Now, in this grand bargain 2016, the international community said, we need to rethink the system how we deliver emergency response by strengthening those local capacities. We need to make sure that the organizations, the people who are working in communities, who are affected and confronting disasters and emergencies on a frequent basis, they can respond immediately and quickly, and they have the resources to do so. So in terms of disaster preparedness, that was a big step in recognizing and moving forward. Unfortunately, the practice is far behind. We could see in the last year, due to the COVID pandemic, we could clearly see the need for this immediate and urgent response at the local level. But we also could see that a huge amount of the resources were actually used at the global and national level, and it was estimated that only around 4 to 5% of the money that was collected for COVID response reached the local NGOs who could respond locally. So if that's the case, there's clearly a message to be sent out to say, okay, this grand bargain is a good step forward conceptually, but we have to put it in practice to make sure that resources flow through to local NGOs and get training and capacities into communities. We must not underestimate, however, that these local actors are not humanitarian actors per se. It's not practical to have earthquake experts or flooding experts in every village. These technical capacities have to be concentrated at higher levels. The actors, therefore, are the normal organizations who work on a day-to-day basis in development or education or health or other areas which are needed in their communities. But we need to equip them with the basics to become the first responders and have the capacity to take the steps that are needed in these first hours. When we talk about those actors, I would like to come to the second international mandate which ChildFund is committed to, and that's the Convention of the Rights of the Child. That's a convention which has now more than 30 years of existence and is actually the convention which has the most international signatures, so the most countries who have actually joined that convention from all the UN conventions existing. It has a strong element where children and young people get the right to be heard and to participate in decisions which affect them. This is a fundamental principle, to hear and listen to their voices, to take their opinions into account, and to make sure that their interests are well covered and taken care of. If we apply that principle to the disaster risk reduction activities, then it becomes quite clear that the voices of the youth are important, because what we're doing here is protecting their future. We're making sure that the planet and their communities are safe and are able to respond to any sorts of emergencies that may occur. So it's quite a logical step to say, if we do disaster risk reduction and preparedness activities, young people need to play a role. They need to be heard, they need to be taken into account, they need to be taken seriously. That's precisely what the project in Sri Lanka was aiming for. Combining those two elements, go to the local level, engage with young people locally, organize them, bring them together, and provide the space so that their voices could be heard and could participate in the wider decisions around this sector. For ChildFund, this is a really important project, as I said before. It sets the pace for activities we do in other countries. We already have similar activities going on in the Philippines, and we would like to scale this work in more countries and in more areas and communities. And that's probably the last piece of information, or actually an appeal I would like to share with you. That has to do with the scale of operations. We are very much aware that what we're doing right now is important, but it is still limited. It's limited to a number of communities, a few hundred, a few thousand of young people who are involved, but we know there are so many more out there who have the same right to participate, and so many more communities who also need preparation for emergencies and disasters. So we are appealing to partners, to stakeholders, be it local governments, be it national governments, be it the private sector, or be it international agencies and communities. Please listen to the young people, and please let's talk about opportunities, how we can provide them with the space to become a very important voice in all the operations you're doing. We are here to work with you and we're looking forward to help young people protect their future. Thank you very much.
Video presentation, yes. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have a video from Putlam, from the youth who have implemented or who are practicing or who are going through this process of ECO-DRR Youth Initiative. So now let's take a look at the video from Putlam.
Putlam is a district situated near to the west coast of Sri Lanka. It has an area of 3072 square kilometers. The district consists of 16 divisional secretariat divisions. Karulagasa Divisional Secretariat Division spread over Kalawaya and Mioe River basins. According to flood records, over the last few decades, most of the flood occurrences are in the downstream reaches of these basins. Floods have also damaged some minor tanks, cascade systems, and other medium tanks. Additionally, water quality issues have been reported at abstraction points due to contamination from flood waters. In the Putlam district particularly, floods have been recently caused damage to urban areas as well as crops. Water shortages are also evident in the domestic and industrial water supply. Shortages are already reported in the most years. Climate change is also expected to increase overall temperature, which is increase water demands, especially for agriculture.
People in the Karulagasa Divisional Secretariat Division have been suffering from various disasters. Frequent floods, droughts, and wild elephant threats are among them. Water pollution due to agrochemical residues is also a big issue here. Hundreds of our families affected due to recent floods.
अंकायसियादलीजी पावट्टमडु गावंदारी वसमे තියෙන ආපදා ගත්තාම ගම්වතුර නියංගය අලිතර්ජන ඒවා තමයි ප්‍රධාන කොට හඳුන්වන්න පුළුවන් 2017 වර්ෂයේ ගම්වතුරක් ඇති වුණා ඒ වගේම 2020 වර්ෂෙත් ගමතුරක් ඇති වුණා. ඒකෙදි පවුල් 68ක් පමණ අවතන් වූවා.
කරුවලගස්සෑ කොට්ටාසේ තේවනුවර ගම අපේ ප්‍රධාන ජීවනෝපාය මාර්ගය තමයි ගොවිතැන කෘෂිකර්මාන්තය. ඉතින් මේ කාලයක ඉඳන් ඒ කෘෂිකර්මාන්තය සඳහා ලැබෙන වර්ෂාපතනයේ වෙනස්කම් තියෙනවා. ඒ කියන්නේ විශේෂයෙන්ම කාලගුණික විපර්යාසයක් මේ කාලය තුල අවුරුදු වසර ගණනාවක සිට දකින්නට ලැබෙනවා. අපට විශේෂයෙන්ම යල් කන්නේ වර්ෂාව ලැබෙන්න ඕනේ මාර්තු 20 ඉඳන් මැයි වගේ දක්වා. ඒ වගේම මාස් කන්නේ වර්ෂාව ලැබෙන්න ඕනේ සැප්තැම්බර් 20 ඉඳන් වගේ. හැබැයි දැන් කාලයක වසර කීපයක ඉඳන් එහි ලොකු විපර්යාසයක් වෙනස්කමක් දකින්නට ලැබෙනවා.
අපි කුඹුරු ගොවිතැන් කරනවා කන්නට ඊට අමතරව ඉඩම් වල නොඑක් දේවල් අපි වගා කරගෙන ජීවත් වෙන්නේ. අපිට ජීවත් වෙන්න වෙන කිසිම උපාය මාර්ගයක් නැහැ. හැබැයි ඒකට ලොකුම තර්ජනයක් වෙලා තියෙන වනාලි තර්ජනය. ඒ කුඹුරට කරලා තියෙන හානිය වනාලින්ගේ. එක දවසයි පැල්ලෙන්න බැරි වුණේ. ඒ දවසටම මේ කෑල්ල විනාශ කරා. ඒ විනාශ කරනවත් එක්කලම අපි ගොඩාක් අසරණ තත්ත්වයට පත් වෙලා ඉන්නවා.
වැවේ අපිට නාන්න ඉඩ නැහැ. වැහිලා තියෙන මංකඩවල ඔක්කොම අපි නාන කැලි. මේ වැවේ තියෙන ගෝවිච්චි ශාකයක් වතුරේ මේ ජපන් ජවරේ. අපේ තරුණ ළමයිනුයි ගමේ වැඩි හිටිය අය එකතු වෙලා ඒක අයින් කෙරුවා. ඒ තරුණ ළමයි කතා වුණා අපි කොම්පොස්ට් හදමු කියලා. ඊට පස්සේ මේ ඒවා ගෙනල්ලා ගෙවල් වලට ඇද්දා. ඒකෙන් තමයි අපි කොම්පොස්ට් හැදුවේ.
මගේ නම ශාන් මම ඒගොල්ලෝ ප්‍රිය ගාම් සේවාසමේ මම තමයි මේ හනපැල වගා කරන්නේ
මගේ නම නාමල්. මට අවුරුදු 22යි වයස. මම මය කොට්ටාසේ කරෝලගස්සව මය පදිංචිය මේ එගුඩුපිටියේ. මම මුලින්ම කරේ කැලේ ගිහිල්ලා මීමැහි කැඩීම. වොයිස් ආයතනයත් එක්ක ආපු වැඩසටහනත් එක්ක මීමැහි පාලනේ අපි ඉගෙන ගත්තා. මම මේ වෙනකොට මීමැහි ජනපද 10ක් විතර කරගෙන මේ වෙනකොට සාර්ථකව යනවා. ChildFund ශ්‍රී ලංකා ආයතනයටත් ChildFund මේ කොරියා ආයතනයටත් ස්තුතිවන්ත වෙනවා.
අපි කුඹුරු ඇතෑරලා යන කාලෙට අර දාපු රසායනික ප්ලාස්ටික් හා වීදුරු බෝතල් මේකේ ගබ යනවා විශාල වශයෙන් අලි මේ යන ප්‍රදේශයක් මේක. එතකොට මේ බෝතල් ටික විසි වෙලා කුඹුරු යායට ඒ බෝතල් ඒ සත්තු මගින් හා දැන් අපි මේ සීසාන ට්‍රැක්ටර් හා අත් ට්‍රැක්ටර් මගින් මේක බින්දෙනවා. ඒ බින්දුනහම තමයි අපේ ගොවියෝ මේ වෙනකොට මම අපේ ගොවි සංඝ දැනටම 10ක් 15ක් විතර වගේ විශාල වශයෙන් අනතුරු වලට භාජනය වෙලා තියෙනවා. අර පිළිම අනුව අපේ තිබ්බ පරිසර විනාශය දැකලා අපිට අපේ වාරි මාර්ග පද්ධතියේ අපේ මේ ඇලවල් මේ කෙත් ඇලවල් එකක්වත් අපිට හඳුන ගන්න ක්‍රමයක් දැන්වීම පූර්ව බෝඩ් එකක් තිබුණ නැහැ. ඒ නිසා අපි ඒ කරපු ඉල්ලීම් දෙකට වොයිස් ආයතන අපිට දක්වපු අනුග්‍රහය නිසා මම ගොවි සංවිධාන සභාපතිවරයෙක් වශයෙන් ඉතාමත් ස්තුතිවන්ත වෙනවා මෙම ආයතනයට මේ අපිට මේ සත්කාරය ලබා දුන්නාට.
මගේ නම අයිජේ සිසිර සම්පත්. මම කරුණගස්සව ප්‍රාදේශීය ලේකම් කොට්ටාසේ ජීවත් වෙන තරුණයෙක්. මගේ වයස අවුරුදු 22යි. මම පරිසරයත් සමග ජීවත් වෙන්න කැමතියි. මට වොයිස් සංසදයේ මගෙන් ක්‍රියාත්මක කරන ලැබූ ආපදා කළමනාකරන ව්‍යාපෘතිය යටතේ මූල්‍ය පරිත්‍යාග ලැබුණා.
ChildFund ශ්‍රී ලංකා ආයතනයටත් ChildFund කොරියා ආයතනයත් මාගේ හෘදයානුකූල ස්තුති පුද කර සිටිනවා.
වොයිස් ආයතනය සහ ChildFund ශ්‍රී ලංකා, ChildFund කොරියා ආයතන සම්බන්ධ වුණා අපිත් එක්ක. ව්‍යාපෘතියක් ලෙස කුඹුක් පැල තවාණක් ආරම්භ කළා. එම ව්‍යාපෘතිය හරහා අපි බලාපොරොත්තු වුණේ වසමේ ඇලවල් සහ ඔයවල් වල පසසේදී යාම වැළැක්වීම සහ විනාශයට පත් වෙලා තියෙන කුඹුක් ගස් වෙනුවට වෙනත් පැල සිටුවීම. එම ව්‍යාපෘතිය සඳහාත් අපිට වසමේ වැඩිහිටියන්ගේ සහ තරුණ දරුවන්ගේ දායකත්වයේ විශාල ලෙස ලැබුණා. 2018 වර්ෂයේ ඉඳන් ආරම්භ කළා එකෝ DRR ව්‍යාපෘතිය. මෙම ව්‍යාපෘතිය හරහා අපිට අපේ වසන්වල ආපදා අවම කර ගැනීම සඳහා තමයි මේ ව්‍යාපෘති ක්‍රියාත්මක කළේ. තරුණ දරුවන්ගේ දායකත්වයේ විශාල ලෙස ලැබුණා. ව්‍යාපෘතියේදී අපිත් එක්ක එකතු වෙලා කටයුතු කරපු වොයිස් ආයතනයටත් මේ සඳහා අනුග්‍රහය දක්වපු ChildFund ශ්‍රී ලංකා සහ ChildFund කොරියා යන ආයතනවලට මගේ තඹපන්ණිය වසමේ ජනතාව වෙනුවෙන් මම ස්තුතිවන්ත වෙනවා.
මේ අලිදර්ජනයට විසඳුමක් ලෙස එගොඩපිටිය ගාමදාරි වසමේ හන හිටවීම මේ ව්‍යාපෘතියට සිදු කරලා තියෙනවා. වොයිස් සංවිධානයේ ChildFund ශ්‍රී ලංකා, ChildFund කොරියා සංවිධානයේ පමණයි මේ වෙනකොට රාජ්‍යනෝන සංවිධානයක් විදියට මේ ක්‍රියාත්මක වෙන්නේ. ඒක නිර්භයම කියන්න පුළුවන්. ChildFund ශ්‍රී ලංකා ආයතනයටත් ChildFund කොරියා ආයතනයටත් වොයිස් සංවිධානයටත් ජනතාව වෙනුවෙන් මේ කරන සේවයට ගොඩාක් ස්තුතිවන්ත වෙනවා පාර්ශ්වයන් කොට්ටාසේ ජනතාව වෙනුවෙන්.
IUCN Sri Lanka, and Mr. Nalaka Sirivardhana, Country Manager, ChildFund Sri Lanka, and Ms. Taupudalvan Taupiraja, Secretary, Durga Youth Club, Batiklo, and Mr. Rokshantan, President, Drops Youth Club, Radalla, Nuwarelia. I'd like to invite, ladies and gentlemen, of the panelists to join in the panel discussion, and now it is over to Kaushal to moderate and to steer forward the panel discussion. Just want to quickly mention that the seating arrangements are procured, keeping up to the safety regulations, and hence our youth panelists are here, and the guest panelists will be up on the head table. And while we begin, and while Kaushal proceeds with the panel discussion, would like to give once again a reminder to our youth joining from the 4 districts that if you have any questions that you want to direct to the panel, you may put that in the chat box, and the organizers will direct it to the panel. Kaushal, and it is over to you.
Thank you, Arshad. And thank you, Samantha, for giving this opportunity. So, good evening, dear ladies and gentlemen. So, we will start the session, this panel session. So, in this session, basically, we are going to talk about youth engagement in ecosystem-based disasters reduction efforts, a project implemented by ChildFund Sri Lanka with the support of ChildFund Korea. As earlier it was mentioned, this project was implemented with the support of with the technical support of International Union for Conservation of Nature, basically IUCN in short form. And then we all have, in the implementation project, we have 3 local partner organizations from Puttalam, then also from Batiklo, Nuwara and also from Mullaitivu. If I take their names, Voice Area Federation for Puttalam District, and T-Field Child Development Fund for Nuwara District, and then Action Unity Lanka for Mullaitivu and Batiklo District. For the panel, basically, as Arshad mentioned, we have 4 eminent speakers. Mr. Nalaka Sirvardhana, Country Manager of ChildFund Sri Lanka. Then Dr. Ananda Malotandri, the country representative of, or the country director of IUCN. Then also we have Ms. T. Tavapraja, a youth leader from Batiklo. Then Mr. Rokshantan, a youth leader from Nuwara. So basically, this panel discussion, it will flow as a discussion, and it is open for question. During the discussion, we will also show you 2 videos from Nuwara and also from Batiklo to share the experience of project, to share the experience and the learnings of the project. And the participants who are joining virtually, they can post their questions through the chat, and Jagat is there, my friend, who will be following the questions and give it to us. Okay, so before I start the session, I would also like to give some introduction about the panelists that we have. Very briefly, I will try to do it. So then, first I will go to Mr. Nalaka, who is our country director, country manager for ChildFund Sri Lanka. Completing his master's from the University of Colombo, he has joined with the development sector, and he has more than 20 years of experience in the development sector. And prior to ChildFund, he has worked with CARE International, then VSO, USAID, and also with the GIZ. And then I'm going to Dr. Ananda Malotandri, the country representative of IUCN. So following his PhD, as we all know that he was working for UNDP and also for USAID at different level in the national and also at the global level. Then also he is also carrying more than 20 years of experience in the in disaster reduction field. Especially, I would like to mention him as one of the pioneering character in the DRR sector in Sri Lanka, who supported actually to establish disaster management center and the framework. Then the most important, the panelists that we have, our youth leaders, who actually made these eco-DRR efforts a reality. If I take some information about Ms. T. Tavapraja, she's a youth leader, and she's from Batticaloa district, and currently she's completing her degree from the University of Uva. At the time, actually, when I met her, she was schooling. Then she's also having she's also giving her like voluntary service to the youth club in the village, and she's serving as a secretary to the youth club. At the same time, she's also representing the village level disaster management committee of the village. Then about Mr. Rokshantan, he's also one of the youth leader from Norelia. After completing his school education, now he's currently running his own business, which is on herbal products and distributing of spices. At the same time, he's also serving to the disaster management committee of the village, and also serving to the youth club as the president. Okay, so basically that about the panelist. I think I was a little bit fair enough with them, giving a very brief information, but they may have different. We all know that they have very different background all. Then the session will basically go in English, but at the same time we have Mr. Florinden, who will be translating some of the questions that I will raise. As I mentioned, this session, it will run as a discussion as a discussion. So then first I would like to to initiate the discussion, I would like to post my first questions to Mr. Nalaka. Then the question is about what was the expected outcome of this project, especially from the youth?
Good evening all. Now, I think most of you heard what outcomes we have generated so far through these videos and some of the speeches already made. And also, I would rather let you all to hear it from the youth voices. But from my side, I would, as ChildFund representative, I would like to kind of briefly tell you the intention of the project, why we got involved in this kind of project. There are two components of it. Most of us have got engaged in disaster risk reduction project, building local capacity in disaster risk reduction. But here we had two more special areas. One is whole ecosystem-based DRR approach, and then the engagement of youth to take over the responsibilities of preparing their communities for possible disasters. So these are the kind of two uniqueness of this project for us, and it's basically community engagement project when disaster risk reduction can be done by different groups. But as Ranga was highlighting, what we need is kind of synergy between a lot of groups. So it's very rare that we get involvement of youth in this kind of work. It's just because I think we consider youth, getting engagement of youth for this kind of common work, to especially in this era, is difficult. And they are more towards kind of gadgetics and not really engaging with the civic society and not taking responsibilities and so on. So but we all know that youth are the future of the country, and if you don't get engaged, don't engage them in this kind of work, the sustainability of it and effectiveness of it will be questioned in the future. So our intention was to get them involved in first of all understanding the surrounding, their nature, the ecosystem they are living in, and also to let them study and understand the importance of it, and also to create a space for them to take the leadership and also giving them space for engagement with a lot of other stakeholders, the government and actors like us, so that they are kind of exposed to a larger audience and larger world than their individual life. So this is our intention. I mean, though it in certain way disasters are quite big issues that we need to address. A lot of people explain here in Sri Lanka, in the most of the villages that we are working in, these issues are much larger. But what youth can do was in the first round of discussion we had on this was questioned actually. So this is because the issues are much larger. How can we really make an significant impact through youth on this thing? But when we gradually developed a project, I should say this was a kind of a ongoing project. It was started 3 years back, and we had 3 cycles, and during those cycles, one by one, we continuously improved the engagement of youth and it was kind of very successful at the end. You see the examples here today. The youth themselves, they will talk about it. But for us, it's a kind of a learning cycle, and we are now in a position that we are quite proud of the way that we designed the project and implement it, and the results that we have generated. Especially for youth, from a youth perspective, it provides the space for them to take the leadership and engage in addressing some of the critical issues that they are facing, and also taking certain level of social responsibility. This is the main criticism from the elder generation on youth, that they are not taking they don't have a sense of responsibility on society. And you have seen some of the examples, and you would see in the next round of discussions also. They have taken the real sense of they have worked with the sense of responsibility, real sense of responsibility. And also they have learned about not only about the ecosystem, but how do you really study something by themselves and plan certain things and implement things, and also do monitoring and evaluation, like all these project cycles that we are talking about. So this is a really good exposure for them. And through this whole process, we have also seen that they have gained a recognition among a lot of actors. In some of these projects, the government resources were allocated for youth to implement the project. That's the level of recognition. We know how difficult it is to draw the government resources for kind of NGO work, as far as how we explain it. And these youth were able to mobilize those resources and implement a lot of projects. And ultimately, it had been a kind of a learning for them, because it's the whole process they engage. They learn to understand what is available around you, and what are the challenges around you, and how do you really face kind of mitigate those challenges, those disasters, using available resources. So that's a kind of a experience, learning for them to face the life in future as well. So in many ways, it's not only the BRR, it's not only ecosystem preservation. It's about engaging youth to learn about life and life and world. I hope that I answer your question.
Okay, thank you, Nal. So I mean, if the audience is happy with the answer, okay, so then I will actually move into the next question. Basically, what I thought of, like, we will, since the different speakers will be talk about the different aspects of the program, we will, I will be posting like 2 main questions to each panelist. And in addition to that, we are happy to take any questions that you would like to ask. Then as the next question from Mr. Nalaka, but I would like to ask in actually promoting these ecosystem-based DRR with, I mean, as an organization, I mean, in the rural settings with our, I mean, like with the marginalized community that we are working with, what were the main challenges that we encountered and how did we overcome them?
It's a bit strange when Kaushal asked this question from me because he was the project manager before. I think he knows the challenges better than I think speaking generally, engaging youth, as I mentioned, we all know, a lot of people are here in the development sector. It's very difficult. They are very dynamic, and their aspiration, their expectation are different. We normally go with kind of conventional approach to mobilize youth, and we most of the time we fail. And I can be open about it. And youth participation is one of the biggest challenge in our program, especially the program that we are implementing in ChildFund. It's very challenging. And I think it's mainly because that we don't really understand their aspiration and the speed that they are changing their thinking and adapting to the rapidly changing world. And we are, I would say, in that sense, we are a bit behind them. So what the main challenge is getting them engaged. So what we need to we had to offer attractive initiatives for them to get engaged. So the environment, as you all know, even now there's huge discourse on environment protection and destruction. Mainly youth get involved in this, right? And whether it's go in the right direction or wrong direction, it's still unclear. But the enthusiastic nature of youth when it's come to environment was the main kind of entry point for us. So the project started with youth in studying the environment around them, and that really triggered their interest on this subject, and also that they the challenges they have faced continuously from their childhood in terms of these disasters, and the mere idea of that there are possible solutions through this environment for those challenges in disaster was a kind of a triggering point. And that was that solution really worked for us in the beginning. And then in terms of the other challenges that the youth side, I think as a society also we have certain perception, prejudices on youth, and breaking those were also challenging during this whole exercise. We had to, in this project, we had to work with a lot of stakeholders, the community, other leaders, and also the government stakeholders. So the conventional stereotype thinking, breaking the conventional and stereotype thinking on youth and their potential and their commitment was another big challenge. But with the some of the video you have seen, people who know about this project know that we were able to, I mean, the youth were able to break that, and youth were kind of valued as a important element of the society on the areas that we have worked with. That's the biggest, I think, the biggest challenge that we overcome during this project. I think I let others, youth, to speak on that, how they overcome that and what were the challenge they were facing. From our side, we think that getting them engaged and also making them acceptable to the community and breaking that stereotype was the two biggest challenges as far as I've seen.
Thank you, Nalak. I think it was a very good answer, even what I experienced when I was actually leading the project. Then I will, as the next panelist, I will, move into Dr. Ananda Mallavutantri. And I also have basic 2 questions to ask from you, and then you can also add that you would like to share with the audience. Basically, the first question what I'm going to ask about, this is about the policies that are related to EcoDRR. And how do you think that current policies are supporting to go ahead with an EcoDRR project, or what sort of policy recommendations that we have found out through the project to share with the audience?
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Kaushal. And first of all, like to thank ChildFund Sri Lanka collaborating with IUCN in this exciting project in 4 districts. The question Kaushal asked has a lot of meaning because when we were in districts, what we felt is the amazing possibility of the government machinery, that is the district planning unit, the disaster management center, irrigation department, agriculture department, all those entities were warming up to the youth and also opening their doors to work together. But there was a little bit of a thread that is needed. That's joint learning and learning the science behind disaster risk reduction. So that was the main IUCN input. I personally visited all 4 districts, probably 3 times each district, because we were having a challenge in front of ourselves, because this subject is so technical and we need to simplify, and we need to do that in 2 languages, because most of the districts were using 2 languages. So we had our team ready to do bilingual teaching in simplified language. So the question asks what we see as the policy implications in the districts, and that started like this. We were looking at the health of the ecosystem and its ability to reduce the risk. And in that process, there were elements coming in from climate challenges, the heat, the rainfall variations, the onslaught of rain, and from the health, the dengue and other like. Then hydrologics, the drainage. How do you manage the water? Do you encourage infiltration? You do rainwater harvesting, or you do something else? But how do you keep that water for your usage? Because you are dealing with water issues like droughts, floods, landslide, sea level rise. All those are climate, and also, so where's the policy piece goes? What we found was that information is not there in the planning structure in a significant way. Our government colleagues, they are aware of climate change, but how you put that on the ground and how do you mobilize the youth along with them? So one of the main interventions on the policy side is to ensure that this information is made available and these science processes were explained properly. What is the wetland doing? Simple questions like, I think Putlam, we saw that question. There were coconut trees, not much yield. The obvious question was, do you have bees around here? Pollination, simple things. But now, I think a couple of days ago, Putlam reported the vegetable yields, the fruit yields are going up and the bee population is high. So these are ideal, not so rocket science, but still eco-DRR. You saw the Hanavata, the jute things came out of Putlam. So all these processes, starting from the cloud capture in the central hills, why you should have trees in the Kappa catchment, why you should protect erosion to save the reservoirs and the tanks, and how do you minimize the evaporation by growing trees. So those all became policy, because if you wanted to reduce risk and to save money for rebuilding or providing the meals and the water and the basic supplies. So then then came the technologies. How do you do it? That again became policy, because precision farming is agriculture policy. You use the limited amount of fertilizer, limited amount of pesticides. That's agriculture policy. Then ecological restoration of tanks. That's irrigation policy. Then land use planning. Now we see 2001. How does the districts have the capacity to identify the right piece of land? What do you save? Where do you grow? Where do you do industry? So all these are ecosystem thinking and policy when it comes to that land use planning. Then there are peripheral aspects, invasive species. You saw Japan jabber removal in Puttalam, and then certain species grow faster, certain diseases are more prevalent due to climate change. So these are all related to the ecosystem. So our policy angles, I think that publication will come around. It has about 13 areas where the policies that can be improved. It's not that it is not there, it is there. But the right attention or the due attention or the priority is not there. The priority is probably providing food, but the risk reduction side, you could do much better. You could do urban, you can kill all these heat islands and save a lot of energy by having trees. I think Dr. Karen mentioned several examples, but I think it's amazing that most of the examples also went from the Sri Lanka. So these are some of the things, Kaushal, that we were dealing with. But most importantly, I think I will just piggyback on this question Nalaka answered. Youth were looking at results. Youth want, okay, why is plant is not flowering? Why is not the yield is poor? How can I stop elephant going? They were very concrete, asking the right questions. And at the same time, they wanted to monitor. They wanted to see the water quality. They wanted to see, okay, measure the water quality and see, okay, fertilizer is leaking here. The toilet is leaking here, you have more bacteria. So this kind of science-based more information. At the same time, they don't want to just stay there. They want to make money. That's the other side. Because otherwise, you are going Colombo and finding jobs. So they wanted to do something. That's where the home gardenings and other small and medium enterprises came forward. But I think that's one area we need to work more, because having money in hand is also a big part of resilience. Because without money, you have to fall back on the government. So I think those are the we saw a lot of innovation, a lot of suggestions came. What about this? So all we had to do is to shape it in the discussion, and then add few more things that it could help. So this composting, use of fish meal to grow more tillers in traditional rice varieties. So these are things that are very, in a way it's traditional, but the application is innovative. So hopefully, I think that might be a starting point for us to discuss.
As we have this policy document, publication in our hand, we can actually have more information about the policy requirements on this sector. And as my second question, what I would like to ask, I remember when we were starting this EcoDRR project, it was basically designed for adults and also the to the stakeholders or the kind of like technical agencies. And I remember like how we can make it youth friendly and get the engagement of youth. So now we have come across like nearly 3 years. So I would like to ask, what was your experience and what are the things that you would like to share with us on that experience?
Okay.
As learnings or like which was impressive?
One is, I think, when youth, a moment when our GAs, district secretaries and divisional secretaries, when they saw the youth moving, they were got excited. It's amazing. Ms. Kirtiswaran from Mullatiu translating our things and converting, because we had translators, but they were so interested, so they did the honors. And I think another part we saw was the ChildFund approach. We call it taking kids to nature in IUCN. I think in Dr. Karen's slides also there was similar things. So ChildFund training also included first aid. How to do the first aid, smaller things. When somebody gets choked, how do you recover? Some little bit of bandaging. At the same time, opportunities for swimming. Now, this is the engagement the youth love as entry points. And then, unfortunately, we couldn't take them and show them corals. I think that's what we would do next time we had a chance. Excite them. Because when you go there, then you could explain the process. Okay, when the tanks open up, when the silt comes onto the coral. When then the coral growth get affected, climate change comes, change the temperature, corals goes different color, dead. So then where do you trace it back? You have to control the tank operations, you have to control the erosion, you have to control chemicals coming onto the corals. So then you have the story. Go to tea field in Norelia, talked about the value of trees in capturing the cloud. So when we talk those things, Kaushal, I think they were very, we had to show something that resonate with them and close to their life. So I think the income side, we need to do more and more, because that's something that I felt bad, because these youth needs to earn more money than being in the area and then working in these initiatives and getting the due respect. So I think that's probably some of the experiences, but again, now there are a lot of loan schemes coming in. Probably we could do another set of different type of training programs to bridge some of those observations we noticed. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Anand. Okay, so then I'm going to move into the next two panelists, our youth leaders. Before we move into this, this discussion or the session, I would like to ask from Samantha, can you please play the video from Batiklava first? Then we can. So we are going to share another video from Batiklava. It is our experience and learning about the Eco-DRR project. The video has developed by the youth of Batiklava.
Batiklava is also known as land of the singing fish. In Batiklava is fishing, agriculture, tourism. Due to drainage district, it is being affected by the disasters. The main reason is people doesn't know to manage the ecosystem. There are 14 DS division in Batiklava, and Manmune West is our working area, which is Vaunatip. There are nearly 10,628 families and 35,117 members who live in Manmune West. Their main livelihood is fishing and farming. Due to drought and flood, most of the people are being affected in this area. The main reason for this effect is they doesn't have much knowledge to manage the ecosystem. This statue has kept to honor the farmers. As you see here, all the people in this place are facing more difficult to travel and survive due to the disaster like flood and drought that is taking place every year. Due to this situation, the children who are underage has been affected, and those children who go to school find difficult to go to school, and the elders find difficult to do their livelihood. All the children in Manmune West are facing more health issues like getting less nutrition and also psychological issues due to flood and drought. As you see here, this issue does not take place only by rain, it is also by the dam. The Unicha Dam, when it overflowed during the rain, they opened the dam doors and the flood also entered into the division by getting into the river. Changing a zero waste village. He is Mr. Nilakshan. He is from Ichantivu. In his early life, he was not a comfort person to do any activities. After joining our EcoDRR project, he has increased his capacity, developed his skill, and has been selected to Batticaloa Youth Parliament. Before this project come, the mentioned 4GN division, they doesn't know how to manage the ecosystem like waste management, water management, land use management, air management, and livestock waste management. For this only, we are running a project based on waste management in GN division, like separating the plastics, glass, polythene, and solid waste with the support of Pradesha Sabha. Especially, the youths are collecting the plastic and making handmade things. She is Miss Shiva Shankari, who is doing more beautiful handmade things by collecting plastic bottles from her village. Not only that, she is collecting polythene and waste papers by putting inside the plastic bottles and doing these handmade ornaments. She is collecting the bottles filled with paper and polythene for 20 rupees. Now, the small children who ever see the plastic bottles, papers and polythene, they collect and give her. Because of this, the pollution has been reduced in that area. They are also collecting the solid waste and they are preparing compost by given training. Not only that, they are doing organic home garden as well. By doing this, the water management, land management, air management, and livestock waste management are taking place. Overall, the ecosystem is getting managed. He is Mr. S. Shanmugaraja, the chairman of Pradesha Sabha. The EcoDRR project is more useful to our Pradesha Sabha administration. We doesn't have much workers or vehicles to go and collect the garbage in that area. But now, it is more helpful to us by this project because we doesn't want to go and collect the garbage in that ongoing project area because they are managing the garbages and they collect. So I give a big thanks to AU Lanka, ChildFund and especially the area youths. This is Korea Kantivu. In the other GN division, the water management has been done by the youth-led with the support of the Agrarian Development Department, Farmers Organization and Action Unity Lanka. Due to drought, we face shortage in drinking water. We have livestock but doesn't have water. There is no water in ground level. During flood, mostly we are getting affected. The main reason is water. We have learned how to manage the water management by this project. Based on this, our youth club proposal and submitted to Action Unity Lanka. The ChildFund and IUCN has agreed this proposal. Based on this, we have started this project successfully. Now we have grown up grasses to reduce soil erosion and planted trees for water evaporation. Near the renovated pond, we have made a beautiful flower garden. Earlier, in the surrounded paddy field, they used to do cultivation once in a year. But now, they have made the fence and started to do the vegetable garden after the cultivation because the pond is near. There are 25 persons who have been selected for this project in the GN division for eco-based livelihood. We have selected 25 persons for this livelihood support because these people also have been affected every year by this disaster and does not know to handle the ecosystem as well doesn't know the alternative livelihood. During the disaster time, many persons have managed the ecosystem for their livelihood. Because of this, we have considered this issue and we awared and supported them with the suggestion of Central Environment Authority, Fisheries Department, Agriculture Department, District Disaster Management Center and Divisional Secretary. We also have formed the monitoring committee to monitor the youth-led activities. This committee is monitoring and evaluating the project and also maintaining the reports. We have trained the youth for emergency response, preparedness, child center space, and psychosocial first aid. This is the Action Unity Lanka Child Protection Team in Manmune West Division. This is the Action Unity Lanka Emergency Response Preparedness Team. Key achievements in the project: 35 youths, 4 VDMC members and 12 stakeholders was trained on CPIE, CCS and PFA. 80 youths, 20 VDMC members and 30 stakeholders was trained on Eco-DRR concept and management. 7 sectors of service providers involved in the eco-based youth-led project and eco-management with their inputs. Established community-based ecosystem monitoring committee. Directly 25 vulnerable families and 80 youth families was adapted to climate changes and alternative livelihood, resilience and eco-based. 30 divisional and district level stakeholders was trained and are eligible to ecosystem management and support to youth to implementing ecosystem activities. 30 district and divisional level stakeholders and service providers was trained on ecosystem management and they have heard the voice of youth and supporting to implementing eco-based youth-led activities. Impacts in the project. 40 youths are well prepared for emergency response. 35 youths and 4 VDMC members was well understood on CPIE, CCS and PFA. Renovated a pond by youth-led under the water management project for increase the water catchment and reduce the flood or drought risk. Established 12 waste management unit. 75 households trained on composting system. 64 households are practicing composting. Selected 25 vulnerable families ready to disaster resilient and alternative livelihood. Relevant stakeholders are effectively engaged in planning and execution of Eco-DRR action plan and come forwarded to support the youth-led eco-based projects.
I'm Evangeline. I am working as a CP focal point for the Action Unity Lanka, Batiglo. I would like to thank ChildFund Sri Lanka as well as ChildFund Korea that you have given us like funding for youth-led DRR project in Bhavnathi division. Most of the Jutsa, they are willing to support children in CP in emergency as well as whatever that CP issues occur in the villages. So now we have a strong and confident and sustainable mechanism to protect our children in Bhavnathi area during the emergencies that youth-led DRR project. So we would like and also we thank you all supporting this kind of projects, as well as we prefer that we have a confident team in our Vaunadivu to support and protect our all the children in Vaunadivu area. Thank you.
She is Mrs. Mageshwari. She is the chairman of AU Lanka. This project is useful for the youths. The youths are more helpful to the environment. We could be able to see more changes in youths by continuing the project. My heartfelt thank you to ChildFund Sri Lanka and ChildFund Korea.
Thank you for your, attention. Then, I would like to ask the first question from Ms. Davapraja. We saw the video, and we want to know, how do you recognize eco-DRR in your own way? And then, what was your experience in working with this project? Florinda, Ms. Florinda, can you please translate? Okay.
Good evening, all of you. எக்கோடிஆர்ஆர் திட்டம் என்பது இளைஞர்கள் தலைமையிலான அனர்த்த அபாய குறைப்பு திட்டம்தான் எக்கோடிஆர்ஆர் என்ற திட்டம் என்றதை நாங்கள் விளங்கி கொள்கிறோம். ஸ்டார்டில் வந்து நாங்கள் எஜுகேஷன் மட்டும்தான் எங்களோட பாதையாக இருந்தது. எஜுகேஷன் மட்டும்தான் நாங்கள் கல்விக்குள்ளே மட்டும்தான் நின்று நாங்கள் ஒரு தரம் எக்கோடிஆர்ஆர் சம்மந்தமான ஒரு ஒர்க் ஷாப் ஒன்று நடந்தது. அந்த ஒர்க் ஷாப்பில் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் நாள் நான் போனதோட அந்த எக்கோடிஆர்ஆர் என்ற கருப்பொருள் வந்து எனக்கு பிடிச்சிருந்தது. அப்போ அதுக்கு பிறகு வந்து அவங்க நடத்தின ஒவ்வொரு பயிற்சிகள், ஒர்க் ஷாப்ஸ், அவேர்னஸ் ப்ரோக்ராம்ஸ் எல்லாத்துலேயுமே நான் பங்கு கொண்டேன். நான் பங்கு கொண்டதுக்கு பிறகு இந்த எக்கோடிஆர்ஆர் மீதான என் ஆர்வம் வந்து அதிகரித்தது. எக்கோடிஆர்ஆர் திட்டத்துக்கூடாக வந்து வேஸ்ட் மேனேஜ்மெண்ட், வாட்டர் மேனேஜ்மெண்ட், லேண்ட் யூஸ் மேனேஜ்மெண்ட் அண்ட் ஏர் மேனேஜ்மெண்ட் போன்ற திட்டங்களை வந்து நாங்கள் முன் வச்சு அதை வந்து அரச மட்டத்தில் அந்த திட்டங்களை நாங்கள் முன்மொழியக்கூடிய மாதிரி இருந்தது. உதாரணமாக கவர்மெண்ட் ஏஜென்ட், டிவிஷனல் செக்ரட்டரி, டிடிஎம்சி இவங்கள்ட்ட எங்களோட திட்டங்களை வந்து நாங்கள் முன்மொழிஞ்சோம். இந்த திட்டங்களை வந்து நாங்கள் மானிட்டரிங் அண்ட் இவாலுவேஷனூடாக வந்து இப்போ வரைக்கும் நாங்கள் கண்காணித்து கொண்டிருக்கிறோம். அடுத்தது வந்து இன்னொரு விஷயம் வந்து பேரண்ட்ஸ் வந்து எங்களை வந்து விட்டு நாங்கள் இந்த திட்டத்துக்குள்ளே முன்வாரத்துக்கு உதவி செஞ்சுருந்தவங்க. மெட்ட விஷயம் வந்து ஸ்டார்டில் வந்து யூத் கிளப் ஃபங்க்ஷன் இல்லாமல் இருந்தது. பிறகு இந்த எக்கோடிஆர்ஆர் திட்டத்தோட யூத் எல்லாம் இன்வால்வ் ஆகி உள்வாங்கப்பட்டு எங்களோட இணைஞ்சி செயற்பட்டாங்க. அடுத்து இன்னொரு விஷயம் வந்து கல்ச்சரல் வேரியேஷன். எங்களோட வில்லேஜில் வந்து கேர்ள்ஸ் வந்து முன் வந்து செய்கிறதுக்கான ஒரு தடைகள் இருந்தது. அதையெல்லாம் தாண்டி வந்து நாங்கள் கேர்ள்ஸ் நிறைய பேரை இன்வால்வ் ஆக்கி இந்த திட்டத்துக்குள்ளே உள்வாங்கியிருக்கிறோம். தேங்க்யூ.
I was asked to be very brief. As experience, I was told by my family to mainly focus on education, not to enroll in any other activities in the village. However, when ChildFund Sri Lanka, Korea and AUL started this project in the area, I had a chance to participate in a workshop on ecosystems-based DRR. Since that very first day, I was impressed with that concept, and I became today a young leader for environment. She mentioned as she broke through the culture barriers, and she is standing in front of you all today to share her experiences on DRR. This confidence was developed after she joined the DRR project. The youth in the village joined her, and they joined hand in hand to implement the project in the area. As a woman, as a young leader, she comes from a far deep village in Batticaloa district, and she's proud to be here to witness the impact of the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, basically we heard like what was your experience and how do you recognize EcoDRR concept, and we came to know that you have been impressed and now you've become a youth leader. So at the same time, I would also like to ask from you, so how do you think that EcoDRR project was supported for your personal development, not only for you, even for your peers? At the same time, if you would like to share any message to the audience about any message that you wish to share, that you can also share in the end.
இந்த திட்டத்தின் ஊடாக வந்து நான் உள்வாங்கப்பட்டதால இப்போ எங்களோட வில்லேஜில் துர்கா ஜுத் கிளப் செக்ரட்டரியாக இருக்கிறேன். அது மட்டும் இல்லாமல் அனர்த்த முகாமைத்துவ குழுவின் உறுப்பினராகவும் நான் இருக்கிறேன். என் லீடர்ஷிப் வந்து அதிகரிச்சிருக்குது. இப்போ எல்லா ஜுத்துக்கும் வந்து ஒரு முன்மாதிரியாக வந்து செயற்படக்கூடிய அளவுக்கு நான் இந்த இடத்துல வளர்ந்துருக்கேன். அது மட்டும் இல்லை, இப்போ இந்த இடத்துல எல்லாருக்கும் முன்னுக்கும் நான் வந்து பேசக்கூடிய அளவுக்கு நான் பிரபல்யம் அடைஞ்சிருக்கிறேன் என்று நான் நினைக்கிறேன். சோஷலாக வந்து சமூகத்தில் ஏற்படுற சுகாதார சம்பந்தமான பிரச்சனைகளை வந்து நாங்கள் தீர்க்கக்கூடிய அளவுக்கு ஒரு கெப்பாசிட்டியோட நாங்கள் இருக்கிறோம்னு நினைக்கிறேன். அடுத்த விஷயம் வந்து அனர்த்த அபாய குறைப்பு தொடர்பான ஒரு குழுவை வந்து கம்யூனிட்டியை வந்து நாங்கள் உருவாக்கி இருக்கிறோம் எங்களோட சமூக மட்டத்தில். ஆரம்பத்தில் வந்து எங்களோட ஜுத் கிளப்பில் வந்து 24 மெம்பர்ஸ் இருந்தாங்க. இப்போ நவ் 150 மெம்பர்ஸ் எங்களோட ஜுத் கிளப்பில் இருக்கிறாங்க. ஏன்னு சொன்னால் ஜுத் கிளப்பால் வந்து EcoDRR திட்டம் வந்து உள்வாங்கப்பட்டதால் நிறைய இளைஞர்கள் வந்து எங்களோட இணைஞ்சு கொண்டாங்க. மற்ற விஷயம் வந்து சுற்றுச்சூழல் சம்பந்தமான நிறுவனங்கள், பிற நிறுவனங்கள் எல்லாருமே எங்களுக்கு இப்போ வாழ்த்துக்கள் தெரிவித்து கொள்கிறாங்க இந்த விஷயங்களை நாங்கள் செயற்பட்டதால். அடுத்த விஷயம் வந்து கடைசியாக சொல்ல வேண்டிய விஷயம், எங்களை போல் வேறு ஒரு ஸ்ரீலங்காவில் இங்கே இருக்கிற இளைஞர்களும் எங்களை போல் முன் வரணும். இந்த திட்டங்களுக்கூடாக நிறைய விஷயங்களை அவங்களும் கற்றுக்கொள்ளணும் என்றதை நான் கடைசியாக என்னை போல் ஜுத்துக்கு நான் சொல்லிக்கொள்ள வேண்டிய விஷயமா இருக்குது. லாஸ்ட்டாக வந்து இந்த இவ்வளவு தூரம் எங்களுக்கு எல்லாத்துக்குமே ஹெல்ப்ஃபுல்லாக இருந்த ChildFund கொரியா, ChildFund ஸ்ரீலங்கா, ஏயுலங்கா நிறுவனம், IUCN, DMC எல்லாருக்குமே தேங்க்யூ ஸோ மச்.
Apart from the visualized video, she has also developed personal skills, personal development plus the youth. Leadership skills are developed, and we are able to design, propose, implement projects at community level, and also be able to communicate with others. We broke through the cultural harmful practices, dominant behaviors, and set a precedent to our young generation. We can do better and create an eco-friendly environment for our young generation. As youth, when we started the project, we were 24, and now it's upscaled to 150 in the project. So that's a massive impact. That also biggest learning for these youth in the area. The project had more voices added from young girls and young boys to the project. It was very much appreciated by all parties involved in this DRR, including government officials, INGOs, local community members. So the youth are constantly receiving appreciation by involving themselves and taking that ownership to the community. Therefore, I'm grateful to everyone, especially ChildFund Sri Lanka, ChildFund Korea, Action Unity Lanka, for taking care of us to take care for the nature. Thank you.
Thank you. Any message that you willing to share with the audience, like any key message?
So the message that she wanted to deliver today, it would be great to expand these kind of projects to the other youth forums, and not only in one smaller district, smaller division, GN division, but also to expand so that the others' experiences, so there is a connection, there is a correlate, so that the nature can be preserved.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Praja. And then we will move into Nuvarelia, Mr. Rokshantan. So before we go into that discussion, I would also like to ask from can you please?
இயற்கை என்பது இறைவன் கொடுத்த வரம். இயற்கையே எமக்கு கொடுத்த வரம் நுவரெலியா என்றால் மிகையாகாது. இலங்கையில் உயர்ந்த மலைகள் கொண்டதும் இயற்கை எழில் மிக்கதுமான பார்ப்பவர் மனம் கவரும் இயற்கை வளங்களை கொண்ட மத்திய மலைநாட்டில் அதிசயமாக அமைந்துள்ளது நுவரெலியா மாவட்டம். நுவரெலியா என்றால் எம்மவர் மத்தியில் முதலில் தோன்றுவது உயர்ந்த மலைகள், காடுகள், நீர்வீழ்ச்சிகள், குளங்கள், ஆறுகள், பூங்கா போன்றவற்றை குறிப்பிடலாம். இவ்வாறான இயற்கை அழகுமிக்க நுவரெலியா மாவட்டத்தில் டீஃபீல் சிறுவர் அபிவிருத்தி சம்மேளனம் மூலமாக சூழல் அமைப்பு அடிப்படையிலான இளைஞர்கள் தலைமையிலான அனர்த்த அபாய குறைப்பு திட்டம் உருவாக்கப்பட்டது பெருமைக்குரிய விடயமாகும்.
வணக்கம்.
வணக்கம்.
உங்களை பத்தி சொல்லுங்க.
என் பேர் வந்து குமுதினி. நான் ரதல ட்ரூப்ஸ் யூத் கிளப்ல செக்ரட்டரியா ஒர்க் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கேன்.
எக்கோடிஆர் ப்ரோக்ராம்ல நீங்க எப்படி இணைந்து கொண்டீங்க?
எக்கோடிஆர் ப்ரோக்ராம் நான் எப்படி இணைஞ்சுக்கிட்டேன்னு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா, டீஃபீல் சிறுவர் அபிவிருத்தி சம்மேளனம் இது வந்து நிறைய ட்ரைனிங்ஸ் ப்ரோக்ராம்ஸ் அந்த மாதிரிலாம் நிறைய செயற்படுத்தியிருக்காங்க. அது மூலியமாக தான் நான் இந்த எக்கோடிஆர் ப்ராஜெக்டில் வந்து நான் இணைஞ்சிருக்கேன்.
ஓகே. இந்த எக்கோடிஆர் ப்ரோக்ராம் மூலமாக உங்களுக்கு ஏற்பட்ட மன ரீதியான மாற்றங்கள் ஏதாவது இருக்கா?
நிச்சயமாக நிறைய இருக்குது, நிறைய மாற்றங்கள் இருக்குது. நான் சொல்லணும், கட்டாயமாக இந்த இடத்துல நான் சொல்லணும். என்னென்னு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா, முன்னெல்லாம் வந்து இந்த கழிவுகள் வந்து எப்படி முகாமைத்துவம் செய்கிறதுன்னு தெரியாது, வேஸ்ட் மேனேஜ்மெண்ட் என்ன செய்யணும்னு கூட தெரியாது. அது இல்லாமல் இந்த அனர்த்தம்லாம் ஏற்பட்டால் எப்படி அதை தடுக்கணும், அனர்த்தம் ஏற்படுறதுக்கு முன்னே எப்படி நம்ம இருக்கணும், அது கூட அதை பற்றி படிச்சிருப்போம், ஆனால் தெரிய இருக்காது. ஆனால் அந்த ப்ரொஜெக்ட்குள்ளே வந்த பிறகு அந்த அனர்த்தங்களை எப்படி குறைக்கிறது, அனர்த்தம் ஏற்பட்டால் அந்த இடத்துல வந்து எப்படி தப்பிக்கிறது, எப்படி முதலுதவிகள் செய்கிறது, அந்த மாதிரிலாம் நிறைய ட்ரைனிங் நடந்தனால அதை பற்றி நிறைய விஷயங்களை வந்து அறிந்து கொள்ளக்கூடியதாக வந்து இந்த டிஆர்ஆர் ப்ரொஜெக்ட் வந்து நிறையவே ஹெல்ப்ஃபுல்லாக இருந்துச்சு. இப்போ வந்து நான் ஒரு டொஃபி பேப்பரை வச்சு கூட ஒரு விலைமதிப்பான ஒரு பொருளை செய்யலாம் அப்படிங்கிறத ஒரு மைண்ட் செட் வந்து எனக்கு நிறைய வந்துருச்சுன்னு நான் நினைக்கிறேன். எனக்கு மட்டும் இல்லை, என்னை சார்ந்த சமூக உறுப்பினர்கள் எத்தனையோ பேர் வந்து எனக்கு மனதை வந்து மாற்றி கொண்டிருக்காங்க. இந்த கழிவு முகாமைத்துவத்துக்கு வந்து பழக்கப்பட்டிருக்காங்க அப்படின்னு நான்
நீங்கள் வேறு ஏதாவது சொல்ல விரும்புகிறீங்களா?
நிச்சயமாக நான் வந்து நிறைய பேருக்கு நன்றி கூற கடமைப்பட்டிருக்கேன். ஏன்னா நான் வந்து இந்த டிஆர்ஆர் ப்ரொஜெக்டில் வந்து வாழ்வாதாரத்தை மேம்படுத்துறதுக்காக எனக்கு வந்து இந்த டீஃபீல் சிறுவர் அபிவிருத்தி சம்மேளனம் மூலமாக ஒரு ஹெல்ப் பண்ணியிருக்கிறாங்க. அதுக்காக இந்த ப்ரொஜெக்ட் மூலியமாக தான் எனக்கு வந்து ஹெல்ப் பண்ணியிருக்கிறாங்க. இப்போ ஒரு ப்ரொஜெக்டை வந்து எடுத்து நடத்தி செய்கிறாங்கன்னா அதுக்கு வந்து ஒரு விஷயம் வந்து தெளிவாக ஒருத்தவங்க போய் சேரணும். அது வந்து தெளிவாகவும் சிறப்பான முறையிலும் இந்த ப்ரொஜெக்டை வந்து நடத்தி இவ்வாறான நிறைய விஷயம் இருக்குது அப்படின்னு சொல்லிக் கொடுத்த பிரதீப் சாருக்கு நான் முதற்க நன்றி கூற கடமைப்பட்டிருக்கேன். அது மட்டும் இல்லாமல் டீஃபீல் சிறுவர் அபிவிருத்தி சம்மேளனத்துக்கும் ChildFund கொரியா, ChildFund ஸ்ரீலங்கா இதுக்கு வந்து நான் தேங்க் பண்ண கடமைப்பட்டிருக்கேன், நன்றி கூற கடமைப்பட்டிருக்கேன். அது மட்டும் இல்லாமல் இளைஞர்கள் இந்த யூத் கிளப் நிறையவே இருக்குது. எல்லா யூத் கிளப்பும் ஒன்றா இணைஞ்சால் தான் இப்படி ஒரு ப்ரொஜெக்டை சக்ஸஸ்ஃபுல்லாக கொண்டு போக முடியும். அதுக்காக நான் எல்லா யூத் கிளப்பும் நன்றி கூட கடமைப்பட்டிருக்கேன். ரொம்ப நன்றி. டீஃபீல் சிறுவர் அபிவிருத்தி சம்மேளனம் மூலமாக தெரிவு செய்யப்பட்ட தோட்டங்களில் அடையாளப்படுத்தப்பட்ட குறைபாடுகள் எவ்வாறானதாக காணப்பட்டது என்பது தொடர்பான வீடியோ பதிவுகளை உங்கள் பார்வைக்கு முன்வைக்கின்றோம். இவ்வாறான குறைபாடுகளை இனம் காண்பதற்கு இளைஞர்கள் குழுக்கள் ஒன்றாக இணைந்து மேற்கொள்ளப்பட்ட திட்டங்கள், செயற்பாட்டு படிமங்கள், குழு செயற்பாடுகள் தொடர்பான புகைப்படங்கள் உங்கள் பார்வைக்கு. இவ்வாறான செயற்பாடுகள் மூலம் ஒவ்வொரு தோட்டங்களிலும் கழிவு முகாமைத்துவம் சிறப்பாக இல்லை என்ற முடிவு எங்களுக்கு கிடைத்தது. இக்குறைபாடுகளை முறையாக நிவர்த்தி செய்வதற்கும் குறைபாடுகள் தொடர்பாக நம்மவர் மத்தியில் விழிப்புணர்வு ஏற்படுத்துவதற்கும் சூழல் அமைப்பு அடிப்படையிலான இளைஞர்கள் தலைமையிலான அனர்த்த அபாய குறைப்பு திட்டமானது பெரும் பங்களிப்பு வைத்தது பெருமைக்குரிய விடயமாகும். திண்ம கழிவு முகாமைத்துவம் பற்றி நோக்கும் போது கழிவுகளை முறையாக முகாமைத்துவம் செய்வதற்கும் அதன் மூலமாக பயன் பெறுவதற்கும் பாரிய உதவியாக அமைந்தது. உதாரணமாக இக்கழிவுகள் மூலமாக இளைஞர்கள் அதிகமானோருக்கு வேலை வாய்ப்பு பெற்றுக்கொள்ள முடிந்தது. சேதன கழிவுகள் மூலமாக வீட்டு தோட்ட செய்கை, ஸ்ட்ராபெரி செய்கை போன்றவற்றிற்கு உரமாக பயன்படுத்தப்பட்டது. இவ்வாறான பயன்களை பெற்றுக்கொள்வதற்கும் கழிவு முகாமைத்துவம் செய்வதற்கும் கழிவு முகாமைத்துவம் மூலமாக எவ்வாறான வேலை திட்டங்களை மேற்கொள்ள முடியும் என்பது தொடர்பான விழிப்புணர்வுகளை பெற்றுக்கொள்வதற்கும் அடித்தளமிட்டது கழிவு முகாமைத்துவம் எனலாம். சூழல் அமைப்பு அடிப்படையிலான இளைஞர்கள் தலைமையிலான அனர்த்த அபாய குறைப்பு திட்டம் உருவாக்கப்பட்டதன் பின்னர் கழிவுகளை முறையாக முகாமைத்துவம் செய்வதற்கு எத்தனை வீதமானோர் தங்களின் மன உணர்வுகளை மாற்றியுள்ளனர் என்பதனை ஒரு கணம் உற்று நோக்கும் போது எமக்கு கிடைத்த வீடியோ பதிவு உங்கள் பார்வைக்கு. இந்த பதிவு மூலமாக தென்படக்கூடிய விடயம் என்ன என ஆராயும் போது பிளாஸ்டிக் கழிவுகள், சேதன கழிவுகள், கண்ணாடி கழிவுகள் போன்றவற்றை தனித்தனியாகவும் முறையாகவும் முகாமைத்துவம் செய்வதற்கு அனைத்து மக்கள் பழக்கப்படாவிட்டாலும் சிலர் இப்பழக்கத்திற்கு பழக்கப்படுத்தி உள்ளனர் என்பதனை பெருமையுடன் சமர்ப்பிக்கின்றோம்.
இப்போ பார்த்தீங்கன்னா நான் குப்பைகளை வேறுபிடிக்கிறதுக்காக 3 டஸ்ட்பின்ஸ் நான் வச்சுருக்கேன். ஒன்று போத்தலுக்கானதும், ஒன்று கண்ணாடி போத்தலுக்காகவும், ஒன்று இப்போ பொலித்தீனுக்காகவும். அது மூலயமா அது எப்படி கம்போஸ்ட் செய்யணும்னு தெரிஞ்சுக்கிட்டேன். அது கம்போஸ்ட் செஞ்சு நான் ஹோம் கார்டனுக்கு நான் இதுக்காக உரமாக எடுத்து போட்டுக்கிருக்கேன். இதன் மூலம் நான் கற்றுக்கொண்டதுக்கு காரணமானது டிஆர்ஆருக்கு நான் நன்றிகளை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன்.
காடழிப்பு சூழலானது எம்மவருக்கு எண்ணிலடங்காத பல அற்புதங்களை அள்ளித்தருகின்றது. இருப்பினும் மக்கள் அவர்களின் சுய விருப்பத்தின் பேரில் காடுகளை அழித்து வீடுகள், கட்டிடங்கள் அமைக்கின்றனர். இச்செயற்பாடு ஏன் ஏற்படுகின்றது என்பதை ஆராய்வோமானால், மக்களுக்கு காடுகள், மரங்கள் ஏன் தேவைப்படுகின்றது என்பது தொடர்பான விழிப்புணர்வு காணப்படாமையே ஆகும். காடழிப்பின் மூலமாக உயிர் வாழ்வதற்கு அவசியமான ஆக்சிஜன் குறைவடைந்து கார்பன் மோனாக்சைடு, கார்பன் டை ஆக்சைடு காற்றில் கலந்து மக்களுக்கு சுவாச ரீதியான பிரச்சனைகள் ஏற்படுவதோடு வனவிலங்குகள் மக்கள் வாழும் பிரதேசங்களுக்கு வருகின்றமையும் அவ்விலங்குகள் மக்களுக்கு அச்சுறுத்தல்களை தருகின்றமையும் காண முடிகின்றது. மேலும் மழைநீர் இன்மையும் இக்காடழிப்பினாலேயே ஏற்படுகின்றது. இவ்வாறான பல பிரச்சனைகளை எமது இளைஞர் கழகத்தின் மூலமாக மக்களுக்கு தெரியப்படுத்தி அவர்களின் மனநிலையையும் சூழல் சார்பாக அவர்களின் ஈடுபாட்டையும் அதிகரித்தோம். இதற்கு அனர்த்த அபாய குறைப்பு திட்டமானது மிகப்பெரிய சேவையினை வழங்கியது.
Bandara Dasanayaka, Senior Manager, Agroforestry and Special Projects from Kalakale Tea State PLC. We are the main tea company in the country, and we have about 6,500 hectares land. So, Kalakale Agroforestry Division is doing reforestation in large scale. In the sense, earlier we were doing only commercial forestry. That means we were planting eucalyptus. But with the climate change, we have realized commercial forestry is not going to help the environment. Because of that reason, now we do reforestation. In Mahavali catchment area, we feel given this opportunity. Thank you.
மரம் வளர்ப்பு அனர்த்த அபாய குறைப்பு திட்டத்தின் மூலமாக நடத்தப்பட்ட விழிப்புணர்வு நிகழ்ச்சி திட்டத்தினால் இளைஞர்கள் ஒன்றிணைந்ததோடு மட்டுமன்றி மக்களுக்கு தத்தமது பங்களிப்பினை வழங்கி காடுகள் அழிக்கப்படுவதை தடுத்தனர். அத்தோடு மட்டுமன்றி மரங்கள் வளர்ப்பின் மூலம் மக்களுக்கு ஏற்படும் நன்மைகள் பற்றியும் உணர்ந்து அனைவரும் எம்மோடு இணைந்தனர். அதன் விளைவாக அனர்த்த அபாய குறைப்பு திட்டத்தின் வாயிலாக 500 பழம் தரும் மரங்கள் இளைஞர் கழகத்தின் மூலமாக நாட்டப்பட்டது. அவை சிறப்பாகவும் முறையாகவும் பராமரிக்கப்பட்டும் வருகின்றது. திண்மக்கழிவு முகாமையின் மூலமாக கிடைக்கப்பெறும் சேதன பசலைகளே இம்மரங்களுக்கு பயன்படுத்தப்படுகின்றது. மேலும் இம்மரங்களை பராமரிப்பு செய்தல், மரங்களில் உள்ள பழங்களின் மூலமாகவும் இளைஞர்களுக்கு வருமானம், வேலைவாய்ப்பு கிடைக்கப்பெறுகின்றது கூற கடமைப்பட்டுள்ளோம்.
அனைவருக்கும் வணக்கம். நான் தான் ஷாரினி. டிஆர்ஆர் ப்ராஜெக்டில் நானும் ஒரு மெம்பராக இருக்கேன். டிஆர்ஆர்னு சொன்னால் டிசாஸ்டர் ரிஸ்க் ரிடக்ஷன், அதாவது அபாய ஆபத்து குறைப்பு முகாமைத்துவம்னு செய்கிறோம். இதில் நிறைய வேலை திட்டங்கள் நடந்துக்கிட்டு இருக்கு. இதில் நான் ஒரு மெம்பராக இருக்கிறதுக்கு ரொம்ப சந்தோஷப்படுறேன். ஏன்னு சொன்னால் இதில் நான் போனதுக்கு அப்புறம் தான் நிறைய ட்ரைனிங்ஸ் எனக்கு கிடச்சிருக்கு. அதாவது வேஸ்ட் மேனேஜ்மெண்ட், பிளாஸ்டிக் ரீசைக்கிள், கம்போஸ்ட், ஹோம் கார்டன், ஸ்ட்ராபெரி ஃபார்ம் எப்படி செய்கிறது, மஷ்ரூம் ஃபார்ம் எப்படி செய்கிறது, எல்லா விதமான ஃபர்ஸ்ட் எய்ட் ட்ரைனிங்லேருந்து அவ்வளோ ட்ரைனிங்குமே எனக்குமே கிடச்சிருக்கு. இதனையே நான் ரொம்ப சந்தோஷப்படுறேன். அது மட்டும் இல்லாமல் இந்த லவ்லிவுட் சப்போர்ட் கிடைச்ச 20 பேரில் நானும் ஒரு மெம்பராக இருக்கிறேன். லவ்லிவுட் சப்போர்ட் கிடைச்சதில் ரொம்ப சந்தோஷப்படுறேன். இந்த டிஆர்ஆர் ப்ராஜெக்டில் பயிற்சி பெற்றதுக்கப்புறம் இந்த லைவ்லிஹுட் சப்போர்ட்டும் கிடைச்சதுக்கப்புறம் என்னோட பிஸ்னஸை நான் செய்கிறதுக்கு ரொம்ப ஈஸியாகவும் சந்தோஷமாகவும் இருக்குது. எப்படின்னு சொல்லணுன்னா டிஆர்ஆர் ப்ராஜெக்டில் கம்போஸ் செய்கிறது, எப்படி பட் பண்ணுறது, எல்லா விஷயமுமே ஒரு ட்ரைனிங்கில் சொல்லி தந்திருக்காங்க. நான் என்ன செய்கிறேன்னு சொன்னால் பூக்கன்றுகளை வளர்த்து அதை விற்பனை செய்கிறது. இப்போது அதுக்கு தேவையானது முக்கியமாக அதை எப்படி பட் பண்ணுறது மற்றும் அதுக்கு என்னெல்லாம் உரப்பாவனைகள் பாவிக்கிறதுன்னு சொல்லி, அப்போது இந்த டிஆர்ஆர் ப்ராஜெக்டில் பயிற்சிகள் பெற்றப்போ எனக்கு கம்போஸ்ட் எப்படி செய்கிறது, அது மட்டும் இல்லாமல் எப்படி பட் பண்ணுறது, இது ரெண்டுமே எனக்கு நல்ல தெளிவாகவே பயிற்சி எனக்கு கிடைக்க பெற்றிருக்கு. இதன் மூலம் என்னோட பிஸ்னஸை நான் செய்கிறதுக்கு ரொம்ப ஈஸியாக இருக்குது. இது மாதிரி 20 பேருக்குமே அவங்களோட பிஸ்னஸை செய்கிறதுக்கான தெளிவு இந்த ப்ராஜெக்ட்லேருந்து நல்லாவே பெற்றிருக்காங்க. இந்த மாதிரியான சப்போர்ட்ஸ் எல்லாம்.
அனைவருக்கும் வணக்கம். என்னோட பேர் ஜி மதுஜன். நான் ஒலிரூட் ஈஸ்ட் கலையில் நான் சர்ச்சுக்குள்ள ஒரு மெம்பர்ஷிப்பாக இருக்கேன். அது இல்லாமல் டிஆர்ஆர் ப்ராஜெக்டில் மெம்பர்ஷிப்பாக இருக்கேன். அதில் நான் டிஆர்ஆர் மூலயமா நிறைய விஷயங்களை புதிய விஷயங்களை கற்றுக்கிட்டேன். நான் அந்த லைவ்லிஹுட் சப்போர்ட்டில் எனக்கு கொடுத்த சப்போர்ட்டில் 20 பேரில் நானும் ஒரு ஆள். இது இல்லாமல் அந்த டிஆர்ஆர் ப்ராஜெக்ட் மூலமாக நான் இப்போ தரம்பிரிக்கிறதுலேருந்து எமர்ஜென்சி ரெஸ்பான்ஸில் என்னென்ன செய்யணும் அதுலேருந்து எல்லா விஷயங்களும் புதுசாக கண்டுபிடிச்சேன். நான் அந்த லைவ்லிஹுட் சப்போர்ட் வச்சுல நான் ஹோம் கார்டன் தான் செய்கிறேன். ஹோம் கார்டன் எனக்கு எப்பவுமே நான் செஞ்சுக்கிட்டு தான், ஆனால் ஒழுங்கான முறையில் செய்கிறத டிஆர்ஆர் மூலமாக செஞ்சுக்கிறேன். அது இல்லாமல் இப்போ நான் டிஆர்ஆர் மூலத்துலேருந்து செஞ்சுக்கிறப்ப ஒரு பொழுத்தையும் கூட வேஸ்ட் பண்ணாமல் சேஃபாக போட்டு போகிற மாதிரி நான் நிறைய விஷயங்களை கற்றுக்கிட்டேன். வெளியே குப்பையில் போடாமல் இதெல்லாமே உப்பும் பொருள் உட்கார போடுறதெல்லாம் நிறையாவே கற்றுக்கிட்டேன். எமர்ஜென்சி ரெஸ்பான்ஸில் முதலுதவி ஒருத்தருக்கு எப்படி கிடைக்குமோ அதுக்கு தகுந்த எல்லாத்தையும் முறையாக கற்றுக்கிட்டு அதெல்லாம் காரணம் இந்த டிஆர்ஆர் தான்.
அன்றி மறப்பது நன்றென்று, நன்றல்ல அதை அன்றே மறப்பது நன்று என்ற கூற்றிற்கு இணங்க இளைஞர் கழகத்தின் வாயிலாக நன்றி கூற கடமைப்பட்டுள்ளோம்.
டிஃபில் சிறுவர் அபிவிருத்தி சம்மேளனம்,
ChildFund ஸ்ரீலங்கா,
ChildFund கொரியா,
IUCN,
தலவக்கல பிளான்டேஷன்,
வனவிலங்கு பாதுகாப்பு திணைக்களம்,
பிரதேச செயலகம் நுவரெலியா,
மாவட்ட செயலகம் நுவரெலியா,
பிரதேச சபை,
அதனைத் தொடர்ந்து அனைத்து அரச சார்பு நிறுவனங்கள், அது மட்டுமன்றி அனைத்து இளைஞர் கழகங்கள், அவை அனைத்திற்கும் மனமார்ந்த நன்றிகளை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கின்றோம். நன்றி.
Thank you, Rakshantan, for giving leadership to develop this video as well.
Thank you, sir.
And as my first question, but I would like to ask a similar question which I have asked from Tava Praja. So basically, how do you recognize DRR, eco-DRR, the concept of eco-DRR, and what was your experience of the project?
அனைவருக்கும் வணக்கம். சூழல்ங்கிற பார்க்குற டைமில் சனத்தொகை அதிகரிப்பின் மூலமாக தான் பல்வேறுபட்ட பிரச்சனைகள் வந்து நாட்களில் இடம்பெறுது. அதாவது பார்த்திங்கன்னா, சனத்தொகை அதிகரிப்பின் மூலமாக காடுகள் அழிக்கப்படுறது, மற்றபடி மண் சரிவு அபாயம் ஏற்படுற இடத்துல வந்து வீடுகள் கட்டுறது, அந்த மாதிரி பிரச்சனைகள்லாம் ஏற்படுது. இந்த மாதிரி பிரச்சனைகளை தடுக்கும் முகமாகவும் அடுத்த வரும் சந்ததிக்கு வந்து வளங்களை நிலுவைப்படுத்தி வைக்கும் முகமாகவும் இடம்பெறுற ஒரு ப்ரொஜெக்ட் தான் எக்கோ-டிஆர்ஆர் ப்ரொஜெக்ட். அது மட்டும் இல்லாமல் நுவரெலியாவை பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் அதிகப்படியான வளங்கள் வந்து காணப்படுது. அதாவது மலைகள், நீர்கள், தண்ணீருக்கு, வாட்டர் சப்ளைக்கு எந்த பிரச்சனையுமே இருக்காது அதிக அளவில். மற்றபடி என்ன மரக்கறிகள் எது போட்டாலும் நல்லா வளரும். இருந்தாலும் அந்த பிரதேசங்களை பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் மக்களிடையே வந்து விழிப்புணர்வு வந்து கொஞ்சம் குறைவாக தான் காணப்படுது. அதனால தான் இந்த ப்ரொஜெக்ட் வந்து அங்கே வந்ததுக்கு பிறகு வந்து மிகவும் ஒரு முன்னேற்றகரமான பாதையில் வந்து சமூகம் வந்து போயிருக்குன்னு சொல்கிறது வந்து இங்கே நான் கடமையாக நினைக்கிறேன். அடுத்தது வந்து பார்த்திங்கன்னா, இதில் வந்து கிடைக்கப்பெற்ற அனுபவங்கள் வந்து மிக பாரிய அனுபவங்கள் வந்து கிடைக்கப்பட்டிருக்கு. உதாரணத்துக்கு சொல்லப்போனால் நிறைய ட்ரைனிங்ஸ், மிஸ் சொன்ன மாதிரி ஃபர்ஸ்ட் எய்ட் ட்ரைனிங்ஸ் நிறைய நடந்திருக்கு. வேஸ்ட் மேனேஜ்மெண்ட் ட்ரைனிங்ஸ், அனர்த்தங்கள்லேருந்து எப்படி பாதுகாத்து கொள்வது அது சம்மந்தமான ட்ரைனிங்ஸ். இப்போ இந்த ட்ரைனிங்ஸ் எல்லாமே வந்து பாடசாலை மாணவர்கள் அவங்க மத்தியில் இருந்து சமூக குழுக்கள் அளவுக்கு வந்து இந்த ட்ரைனிங் வந்து நடைபெற்றிருக்கு. இந்த ட்ரைனிங்கில் வந்து எங்களோட யூத் கிளப்ஸ் எல்லாமே வந்து பார்ட்டிசிபேட் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். அதிகப்படியான ட்ரைனிங்கை வந்து எங்களோட யூத் கிளப் மூலமாகவே நாங்களே ப்ரிப்பேர் பண்ணி செஞ்சுருக்கோம். மற்றபடி பார்த்திங்கன்னா, ஸ்டேக் ஹோல்டர்ஸ் அவங்களோட சப்போர்ட் வந்து மிகவும் அதிகமாகவே இருந்துச்சு. நிறைய கான்டாக்ட் கிடச்சி அவங்க மூலமாக. உதாரணத்துக்கு சொல்லப்போனால் நுவரெலியா டிஸ்ட்ரிக்டில் வந்து எக்கோ ஃப்ரெண்ட்லி அதுக்கு சம்மந்தமான அதிகாரிகள், மற்றபடி டிஸ்ட்ரிக்ட் ஆஃபீஸர்ஸ், ஃபாரஸ்ட் டிபார்ட்மெண்ட், அக்ரிகல்ச்சர் டிபார்ட்மெண்ட் போன்ற பல நிறுவனங்கள் கான்டாக்ட் கிடைச்சது மூலமாக நாங்கள் லைவ்லிஹுட் சப்போர்ட் கிடைச்சதுக்கப்புறம் எங்களோட ப்ராடக்டை வந்து ஒரு ஐடென்டிஃபை பண்ணுற மூலமாக அதுக்கான ஒரு அங்கீகாரம் வந்து அது கிடைக்கப்பட்டுருச்சு. அடுத்தபடியாக வேஸ்ட் மேனேஜ்மெண்ட் சம்மந்தமாக சொல்லணும்னா, யூத் கண்ட உடல் உள்ள சமூக ரீதியான ஒரு மாற்றத்தை வந்து நாங்கள் ஏற்படுத்தினோம். அதாவது யூத் வந்து ப்ராப்பரான ஒரு கைடன்ஸில் இருந்தாங்க. உதாரணத்துக்கு சொல்லப்போனால், அவங்களுக்கு நடக்க போகிற அந்த ட்ரைனிங் சம்மந்தமான அறிவுறுத்தல்கள் வந்து முதல் நாளே வழங்கப்பட்டிருக்கும். இந்த மாதிரி தான் ட்ரைனிங் நடக்க போகுது அப்படின்னு சொல்லி. அப்போ அவங்க வந்து ப்ரிப்பேர் ஆகி தான் எல்லா ட்ரைனிங்க்குமே வருவாங்க. அந்த வந்த உடனே அந்த கான்செப்டை விட்டு அவங்க மாறாத அளவுக்கு வந்து மிகச்சிறந்த வளவாளர்களை வச்சு அந்த கான்செப்ட் வந்து நடைபெற்றுச்சு. மற்றபடி இதில் நான் ரொம்ப இன்வால்வ்டாகி செஞ்சதுக்கான காரணங்களாவது, நம்ம பிறந்தது முதல் நம்ம கூடவே இருக்கிறது வந்து இயற்கை எப்போவுமே நம்ம கூடவே இருக்குது. இருந்தாலும் நம்ம வந்து அதை சரியாக பார்த்துக்கிறது இல்லை. அதாவது நம்ம பக்கத்திலேயே அருமையான விடயம் நம்ம பக்கத்திலே இருந்தால் அதை வந்து நம்ம பார்த்துக்கிறது சரியான குறைவாக காணப்படும். அதே மாதிரி தான் நம்ம இயற்கையையும் வந்து பார்த்துக்காம அதை கொஞ்சம் கைவிட்டு நழுவி போனோம். அப்படிப்பட்ட ஒரு டைமில் தான் இந்த எக்கோ-டிஆர்ஆர் ப்ரொஜெக்ட் வந்து எங்களை கட்டி எழுப்புச்சுன்னு சொல்கிறதுல நான் என்ன பெருமைப்படுறேன். அது மட்டும் இல்லாமல் இளைஞர்கள், நம்மளோட பிரதேசத்தில் இருந்த இளைஞர்கள் என்ன பண்ணாங்கன்னா, தாமாகவே முன் வந்து இந்த எக்கோ-டிஆர்ஆர் ப்ரொஜெக்டில் இணைந்து கொண்டாங்க. பலர் வந்து நிறைய ப்ரோக்ராம்ஸ்க்கு வந்து கண்டினியூவாக பார்ட்டிசிபேட் பண்ணிக்கிட்டே இருந்தாங்க. அப்பப்போ ஏதாச்சும் ஹெல்ப் வேணுமா அப்படின்லாம் கால் பண்ணி கேட்பாங்க. மற்றபடி பார்த்தா எமர்ஜென்சி ரெஸ்பான்ஸ் டீம் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு ஒரு டீம் ஒன்று ஃபார்ம் பண்ணோம். அதில் வாட்ஸ்அப் குரூப் ஒன்று ஓப்பன் பண்ணோம். அந்த வாட்ஸ்அப் குரூப் மூலமாக அவங்கவுங்களோட பிரதேசத்தில் ஏதாச்சும் பிரச்சனைகள் ஏற்பட்டுச்சுன்னா அந்த பிரச்சனைகளை வந்து எப்படி தீர்க்கிறது அது சம்மந்தமான ஒரு அவேர்னஸ் க்ரியேட் பண்ணி சில வேளை பிரச்சனைகள் ஏற்பட்டுச்சுன்னா அவங்க அது மூலமாக வந்து மெசேஜ் பண்ணுவாங்க. நாங்கள் எல்லாமே ஒரு குழுவாக சேர்ந்து அங்கே போயிட்டு மக்களுக்கான உதவிகளை வந்து செஞ்சோம். உதாரணத்துக்கு சொல்லப்போனால் ஒளிரோட்டில் வந்து கிட்டத்தில் வந்து காடு வந்து எரிக்கப்பட்டுச்சு. அந்த எரிக்கப்பட்ட டைமில் கூட எமர்ஜென்சி ரெஸ்பாண்ட் டீமில் அந்த ஃபோட்டோஸ் எல்லாம் போட்டு நம்மளோட குழு எல்லாமே சேர்ந்து அந்த காடு அழிப்பில் வந்து அந்த காடுகளில் வந்து காப்பாற்றணும். மற்றபடி பார்த்தீங்கன்னா இந்த உலகத்தில் வந்து வேஸ்ட் கழிவுகள் வந்து 277 மில்லியன் டன் வந்து காணப்படுது. அது வந்து பெருமதி இழந்து போய் இருக்கு. ஒரு வேஸ்ட் வந்து ஒரு உற்பத்தி பொருள் அதை பயன்படுத்தினதுக்கப்புறம் அது வேஸ்ட் ஆகுது. அது வந்து பெருமதி இழந்து போய் கிடக்கு. அப்படிப்பட்ட பெருமதி இழந்த பொருளை கூட ஒரு வெளியூடான பொருளாக மாற்றுறதுக்கான செயற்திட்டமாக இந்த எக்கோடிஆர் ப்ரொஜெக்டை நான் பார்க்குறேன். ஏன்னு சொன்னால் இப்போ சேதன கழிவுகளை எடுத்துக்குவோம். சேதன கழிவுகள் வந்து சாதாரணமாக யூஸ் பண்ணி முடித்த பழைய குப்பைகள் அப்படிலாம் போடுறோம். அதை எடுத்து ஒரு காம்பஸ்ட் தயாரிக்கிறது மூலமாக அது வந்து வெளியூடான பொருளாக மாறுது. அதை விலை பெறுது. அதை விலை கொடுத்து வாங்கி யூஸ் பண்ணுறாங்க. அதே மாதிரி தான் பிளாஸ்டிக்கை வந்து ரீசைக்கிள் பண்ணாமல் பிளாஸ்டிக்கை த்ரோ பண்ணுறதுனால நிறைய சூழல் சம்மந்தமான ஆபத்துக்கள் நிறைய ஏற்படுது. அந்த ஆபத்துக்களை குறைக்கிறதுக்காக பிளாஸ்டிக் ரீசைக்கிள் யூனிட்ங்கிற ஒரு தொழிற்சாலை வந்து நம்மளோட ஏரியாவில் வந்து அமைக்கப்பட்டுச்சு. அது மட்டும் இல்லாமல் ஸ்ட்ராபெரி கார்டன், மற்றபடி ஃப்ரூட் கார்டன், 500 பழம் தரும் மரங்கள் அதெல்லாம் நாட்டியிருந்தோம். இதுக்கு எல்லாத்துக்குமே வந்து இந்த சேதன கழிவுகள் இது மூலமாக அந்த தயாரித்த கம்போஸ்ட்லேருந்து வர்ற அந்த சேதன கழிவுகளை தான் பயன்படுத்தணும். எல்லா லைவ்லிவுட் மற்றபடி அந்த பழம் தரும் மரங்கள் எல்லாத்துக்குமே வந்து எக்கோசிஸ்டம் பேஸாக தான் செஞ்சோம். மற்றபடி பார்த்தா அது வந்து அத்தனையும் ஆர்கானிக் சம்மந்தமாக தான் இருந்துச்சு. அடுத்தபடியாக இதில் ஏற்பட்ட பாரிய சவால் ஒன்று இருக்குது. இதில் ஏற்பட்ட மிகப்பெரிய சவால்னு சொல்ல போனால் இந்த ப்ரொஜெக்ட் குறுகிய கால ப்ரொஜெக்டாக இருந்ததுனால சமூக குழுக்கள் அத்தனையும் எங்களால் மாற்ற முடியலை. எல்லாரையும் வந்து எங்களால் மாற்ற முடியலை. ஒரு குறிப்பிட்ட சமூக குழுக்களை மட்டும்தான் எங்களால் மாற்ற முடிஞ்சிச்சு. இருந்தாலும் நாங்கள் என்ன பண்ணோம்னா அந்த மாற்ற முடியாத சமூக குழுக்களில் இருக்க அந்த மக்கள் இருக்காங்க தானே, அவங்களோட குடும்பத்தில் இருக்க அங்கத்தினரை வந்து எங்களோட ப்ரொஜெக்டில் இணைச்சு கொண்டோம். கண்டிப்பாக அவங்களும் இந்த எக்கோடிஆர்ஆர் சம்மந்தமாக கற்றுக்கிட்டு இந்த சூழல் நேயமிக்க ஒரு நல்ல மனிதர்களாக வருவாங்கங்கிற நம்பிக்கை எங்களுக்கு இருக்குது. நன்றி.
Thank you, Ruksha.
Thanks, sir.
Whatever the answer, like I felt, I couldn't understand, but I felt like he's, telling that by heart. I'm like in heart.
An increase of population influence to generate natural disaster. That's how we started off. So lack of awareness about disaster management at the time. So that when the project arrived to the area, so there were more awareness around DRR, and plus some other mechanisms were established, as you mentioned, and we could also, see at the video clips. As a young leader, the project helped in the operational area with the following trainings, particularly on first aid and also waste management. So they could see the impact of those two trainings. So they selected some schools and they replicated the training to the students, especially on first aid. And also the stakeholder relationship has been strengthened, as you mentioned. So this project provided space to engage more with the stakeholders, especially on the government sectors, such as forestry department, agriculture department, estate management. So there were a lot of interactions between these youth groups, DRR teams, plus the stakeholders. Also, he mentioned we were the youth that engage in decision makings many a times at all levels, and also provided us a clear recognition. So when the youth are engaged in the decision making, so that provide huge recognition for them at the divisional level. waste management element of the project developed and created psychosocial well-being among the youth, and that was also visualized. He also mentioned that why he joined on this project. That was very impressive. I like the nature and I want to protect it. As a youth, slowly they are getting into the ownership of this project. So we could see more youths are engaging in the project. And also they have formed an emergency response team, as to say early warning and early response through a WhatsApp group. That's a bit of impressive. And there's a challenge was mentioned that the project duration was very much shorter, and also they couldn't do behavioral changes because of the project was very much short term. Pretty much. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I mean, in his answer, did he also answer the second question?
He did bit touched on that, but you can ask. Yeah. You can
okay,
ask.
okay. Thank you. So regarding the second question, what I would like to ask from you now, what were the kind of like your personal development that you gained out of the project, and even that, I mean, including what you see within other peer youth that you work with?
பர்சனல் டெவலப்மெண்ட் அது சம்மந்தமாக சொல்லணும்னா லீடர்ஷிப் ஸ்கில்ஸ் வந்து அதிகமாக வளரப்பட்டிருக்கு. அதாவது சொல்லப்போனால் லீடர்ஸ்க்கு ஒரு இடத்துல போயிட்டு முன்னாடி நிற்கிறதுக்கான அந்த ஒரு தைரியத்தை வந்து இந்த டிஆர்ஆர் ப்ரோக்ராம் வந்து வழங்கியிருக்கு. அடுத்தபடியாக பங்கு பெற்றல், பொறுப்பேற்றல், நெறிப்படுத்தல், ஒரு குழுக்களை வந்து ஆளுமையான குழுக்களாக மாற்றுறதுக்கான ஒரு திறனை வந்து வழங்கியிருக்குன்னு நான் நினைக்கிறேன். கம்யூனிகேஷன் ஸ்கில்ஸ், ஒரு விடயங்களை வந்து மற்றவங்களுக்கு சொல்லும்போது அவங்க புரிஞ்சுக்கிற மாதிரி சொல்கிறதுக்கான கம்யூனிகேஷன் ஸ்கில்ஸ் கொஞ்சம் இம்ப்ரூவ் ஆகிருக்கு. அடுத்தபடியாக லைவ்லிஹுட்டை பற்றி நான் அதிகமாகவே சொல்ல வேண்டியது இருக்குது. அட்வான்ஸ் லெவல் காமர்ஸ் ஃபினிஷ் பண்ணதுக்கு அப்புறமாக அடுத்து லைஃப்பில் அடுத்த கட்டம் என்ன, அடுத்து என்ன அப்படிங்கிற ஒரு கேள்வியில் தான் இருந்தேன். அப்படி ஒரு கேள்வி இருந்த அந்த டைமில் லைவ்லிஹுட் கிடைக்கப்பெற்றது மூலமாக ஆன் பிஸ்னஸ், அதாவது சொந்த முயற்சியால் உருவாக்க முடியும். அதன் மூலமாக நிறைய ப்ராடக்ட்ஸை உற்பத்தி செஞ்சு அதை பிரதேசங்களுக்கு கொடுக்கறது மூலமாக எனக்கு ஒரு வருமானம் வந்து கிடைக்கப்பட்டுச்சு. அதாவது சாதாரணமான ஒரு நிலைமையிலிருந்து அதுக்கு மாறினதுக்கு வந்து இந்த டிஆர்ஆர் வந்து மிகப்பெரிய உதவி பண்ணுறது. எனக்கு மட்டும் நடக்கல, கிட்டத்தட்ட 20க்கும் அதிகமான லைவ்லிஹுட் வந்து கிடைக்கப்பட்டது இளைஞர்களுக்கு. அந்த இளைஞர்கள் அனைவருமே ஹோம் கார்டன், ஃப்ளோரிகல்ச்சர், மஷ்ரூம்ஸ் போன்ற உற்பத்திகளை செஞ்சு அவங்களோட லைஃப் ஸ்டைலை வந்து மாற்றிக்கிட்டு இருக்காங்க. மற்றபடி பார்த்தா இந்த விழிப்புணர்வு வந்து செயற்திட்டங்கள் வந்து அதிகமாக நடைபெற்றது மூலமாக லைஃப்பில் வந்து ஒரு விடயத்தை வந்து ஒரே கண்ணோட்டத்தில் பார்க்காம சுற்றி உள்ள பிரச்சனைகளை இனங்கண்டு அதன் மூலமாக ஒரு தீர்வு காணணுங்கிற ஒரு இம்பேக்டை வந்து ஏற்படுத்துச்சு. அடுத்தபடியாக சொல்லணும்னா இந்த லைவ்லிஹுட் செஞ்சுக்கிட்டு இருந்த அந்த டைமில் வந்து பிஸ்னஸ் பிளானிங், சந்தை மார்க்கெட் சம்மந்தமான ஒரு ஆய்வு செய்கிறதுக்கான ஸ்வட் ஆய்வு அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு ஒன்று சொல்லி கொடுத்தாங்க. அதில் வந்து ஸ்ட்ரென்த், வீக்னஸ், ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டி, த்ரெட்ஸ் இது சம்மந்தமான ஒரு கற்றல் வந்து நடைபெற்றுச்சு. இதன் மூலமாக ஒரு ப்ராடக்டை வந்து மார்க்கெட் பண்ணுறதை தவிர ஒரு சமூகத்தில் ஏற்படுற ஒரு பிரச்சனையை எப்படி நம்ம அணுகணும், எப்படி நம்ம அதுக்கு முகம் கொடுக்கணும் அப்படி சம்மந்தமான ஒரு அறிவு வந்து அது மூலமாக கிடைக்கப்பட்டுருச்சு. மற்றபடி ஸ்மார்ட், ஸ்பெசிபிக், மெச்சுரபிள், அச்சீவபிள், ரியாலிட்டி, டைம்லி, இந்த ஸ்மார்ட் அப்படிங்கிற ஒரு கோட்பாடு வந்து கற்றுக் கொடுக்கப்பட்டுச்சு. இந்த ஸ்மார்ட்ங்கிற கோட்பாடு மூலமாக நமக்கு ஏற்படுற எந்த விதமான ஒரு பிரச்சனையாக இருந்தாலும் இதுக்குள்ளே அடக்கிடலாம். நமக்கு ஏற்படுற எல்லா பிரச்சனையுமே வந்து ஸ்பெசிஃபிக்காக இருக்கும். ஒன்று மெச்சுரபிளாக இருக்கும், அச்சீவபிளாக இருக்கும், டைம்லி இருக்கும், ரியாலிட்டி இருக்கும். அப்போ இந்த 5 ஸ்கீமையும் வச்சு அனலைஸ் பண்ணால் கண்டிப்பாக வந்து அந்த பிரச்சனையை வந்து தீர்த்து கொள்ளலாம். இது வந்து லைவ்லிஹுட்டில் நான் கற்றுக்கிட்டது. அது வந்து லைஃப் லாங் நான் போகும்போது எனக்கு நடக்கிற எல்லா பிரச்சனைகளுக்கும் இது ஒரு சிறந்த தீர்வை வழங்கும்னு வந்து நான் நம்புகிறேன். அடுத்தபடி வாழ்க்கையில் அதிகமாக இருக்க வேண்டியது வந்து தன்னம்பிக்கை. இந்த எக்கோடிஆர்ஆர் ப்ரோக்ராம் மூலமாக நிறைய தன்னம்பிக்கை கிடைச்சிச்சு. ஒரு முதலுதவி செய்ய போகிற அந்த டைமில் வந்து இதுக்கு முன்னாடி வந்து ரத்தம் அப்படி பார்த்தாலே வந்து டக்குன்னு பிளட்டை பார்த்தாலே பயம் ஒன்று வரும். அந்த எக்கோடிஆர்ஆர் ப்ராஜெக்ட் வந்து அதுக்கப்புறம் ஃபஸ்ட் எய்ட் ட்ரைனிங் இப்படிலாம் வந்ததுக்கப்புறம் இப்போ பிளட் டொனேட் பண்ணுறது அந்த மாதிரிலாம் போனதுக்கப்புறம் பார்க்குறப்ப அப்படி எதுவுமே தோணாது. இப்போ எப்படி சொல்கிறது, அது வந்து இயற்கையோடு சார்ந்து இருந்தனால மனதும் இயற்கைக்கு அடிமையாகிடுச்சு அப்படின்னு சொல்லலாம். அடுத்ததாக வந்து ரொம்ப இம்பார்ட்டண்டான சொல்லணும்னா மரங்கள் வந்து இன்றைய அளவில் அதிகமாகவே வெட்டப்படுது. இதுக்கான பிரதான காரணமாக வந்து பேப்பர்ஸ் வந்து அதிகமாக யூஸ் பண்ணுறதுக்கு மரங்கள் வந்து வெட்டப்படுது. அப்படிப்பட்ட அந்த பேப்பர்ஸை வந்து ரீசைக்கிள் பண்ணுறதுக்கான ஒரு ரீசைக்கிள் யூனிட் வந்து ஆரம்பிக்கப்பட்டால், நம்மளோட பிரதேசத்தில் ஆரம்பிக்கப்பட்டால் மிகவும் உதவியாக இருக்கும். இதை ஏன் ரொம்ப சொல்கிறேன்னா, நம்மளோட பிரதேசத்தை பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் பேப்பர்ஸ் யூஸ் வந்து மிகவும் அதிகமாகவே இருக்குது. அப்படிப்பட்ட அந்த பேப்பர்ஸை வந்து திரும்பியும் ரீயூஸ் பண்ணுற மாதிரி ஒரு ப்ரொஜெக்ட் ஒன்று வர்றது மூலமாக அடுத்து வெட்டப்படுற பல மரங்களை வந்து தடுக்கலான்னு நான் நினைக்கிறேன். மற்றபடி இந்த ஸ்கில்ஸ் அத்தனையுமே வளர்கிறதுக்கு காரணமாக இருந்த டிஃபில் சைல்ட் டெவலப்மெண்ட் ஃபெடரேஷன், ChildFund ஸ்ரீலங்கா, ChildFund கொரியா, IUCN, வெல் விஷஸ், நிசாந்த் சார், பிரதீப் சார், ரஞ்சித் சார், சந்துரு சார், சதீஷ் சார், and CDS, Rajkumar, Prashant, Mahesh, Vivek, and all well wishers. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Rakshant. Shall we hear the translation?
Sure. So he's talking about the personal development, how much this project has developed some of the skills for him and plus for the youth. So the project made him and the youth acquire leadership skills, active participations, and also guiding the process, whatever the trainings or workshops that they used to conduct, and also acquired a lot of knowledge around communications. So communication skills were developed. He was talking pretty much about the livelihood. So he was talking about himself as a beneficiary, and also there are 20 varieties of livelihood activities are taking place in the area. He himself finishes at the advanced level and he did commerce stream. As soon as he finished the studies, so he got into this livelihood activity. I think that's part of the personal development plus the career development as well. Also, they developed confidence, especially he was mentioning about first aid. So there was a phobia around, when they see blood, they just run away from the incident. But this particular project, enhanced him to be more active, to take part in response quickly in terms of first aid. And he was mentioning about SWOT analysis and also impact, the SMART, how they have utilized these two tools into develop the business and also to engage their involvement in DRR. And also he was mentioning about maybe that perhaps the request forming a unit around paper recycling unit. So that was the request he mentioned, paper recycling unit. So to avoid to cut trees in the areas. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Rakshantan. It was wonderful. So then, okay. And we have, I have got few questions from who are virtually connected. In addition to that, I would like to ask whether you have any questions to ask. Any questions that you want to ask from our panelists? Any clarifications or any feedback that you want to give?
Discussed up to now, the government involvement in the project is somewhat limited. And the NGO that you're talking about is quite strong, including, of course, that the plantation sector, Talwakele plantations, have also been involved, which is a good thing about the ecosystem. Now, why is the government involvement so poor that we can see? They have all the facilities that they have at their command, but they can't get on with the job. Any reason for that, please?
Yeah, I think so. I'll respond. Probably like to know your good name.
I'm Steve from the Island newspaper.
Thank you so much. I think it's a very good question. I think that's why I wanted others to know. In this project, government was always in the lead. I think it was not highlighted adequately. Amazingly, all 4 district secretaries were providing the lead, and they even participated in some of the awareness sessions. That's why in my comments I mentioned even the DS were doing the translations at a time that they were translators because of the interest of the project. And I remember Karulagaswava, divisional secretary in Anuradhapura, made a huge contribution on human-elephant conflict, land use planning, water resource management. So likewise, again remember additional district secretary in Anuradhapura, when the TFELD conducted the training, where Talwakele also participated. So basically, government was there. But government at the same time had a challenge. The conduit to the lowest level was not the strongest link, although the government has the Grama Niladhari. Grama Niladhari is a person who is an overloaded person right now, because anything initiated in Colombo trickles down to the Grama Niladhari for the ground level. Because of that, they were really appreciating the help came from these 3 CBOs, or the non-governmental organizations, backed by the ChildFund and the rest of us, including IUCN. So the conduit of knowledge and the government engagement was there. I think I would call it, it didn't come up adequately in this context, but it's not something like NGO went and hit the ground while the government is not there. I think I can see the perception, but it was not anywhere near that. So it was, then that's why some of the policy aspects came through during the project. The government divisional secretaries and the district secretaries, they were looking at those recommendations so that they can take it up and mainstream in the government side. So I think probably the organizers will share with you some of those recommendations in a while. You would see they are all aimed towards partnerships, public-private partnerships, the government capacity building in use of higher technology and all that. So the short answer to your question is government was on the lead and they were part of it and they appreciated what the community and the CBOs and the ChildFund did. Thank you so much for the question. It's a very valid question.
Thank you.
A couple of things to what Dr. Ananda mentioned now. I think what we need to realize that there are certain areas that the community, the civil society organization, non-governmental organization need to take initiatives. So this kind of these initiatives were taken by this organization, but these were very much supported, as Dr. Anand mentioned, by the government. Not only by the technical or the encouragement, but in certain projects that these young people were talking about, some of the projects were funded by the government actually. So they have gone up to that level. So generally, you would find in NGO sector work the government involvement is limited, but this case it's quite high in many aspects. Thank you.
Thank you both, Dr. Anand and Nalaka, for giving an answer to the question. I saw that Vatsala was raising hand. Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Kausha. I have a question to our youth participants. Thank you very much for coming forward as youth leaders, not only both of you, but all the youths who are sitting at the 4 districts. My question to you is, as youth leaders, what would be your message? It's not a question. What would be your message to your fellow youth in the whole of the country? Why they should be coming forward as leaders to tackle this climate change crisis? Thank you.
Thank you. யூத் லீடர்களாக இருக்கிற நீங்கள் என்ன ஒரு தகவலை நீங்கள் மற்ற யூத் இலங்கையில் இருக்கக்கூடிய மற்ற இளைஞர்கள் யுவதிகளுக்கு நீங்கள் என்ன தகவலை நீங்கள் கொடுக்க விரும்புகிறீங்க இந்த அனர்த்த முகாமைத்துவத்தை மேற்கொள்வதற்கு?
குட் ஈவினிங். நான் சொல்ல வர விஷயம் என்னன்னு சொன்னால், இப்போ நம்ம 2021ஆம் ஆண்டில் இருக்கிறோம். அதுக்கு பிறகு என்னென்றே தெரியாத அனர்த்தங்கள் நம்ம எதிர்நோக்க வேண்டிய ஒரு சிச்சுவேஷன் வரப்போது. நம்ம என்னதான் இருந்தாலும் ஆரம்ப காலகட்டத்திலிருந்து இயற்கையோடு இணைஞ்சு செயற்பட்டால்தான் நம்ம ஒரு வெற்றி பெற முடியும். அதனால் நான் சொல்ல வர்றது என்னன்னு சொன்னால், நம்ம இயற்கையோடு இணைந்ததான நேச்சரை லவ் பண்ணக்கூடிய மாதிரியான செயற்பாடுகளுக்கு இளைஞர்கள் முன் வரணும். முக்கியமாக பெண்கள் இன்னும் நான் ஒரு கேர்ளாக இருக்கிறேன். ஸோ பெண்களும் இதோட சேர்ந்து முன் வரணும். இப்படியான இயற்கையை பாதுகாக்கக்கூடிய திட்டங்களில் நிறைய செயற்பாடு செய்யணும்ன்றதை நான் ஜுத்ஸுக்கு சொல்ல விரும்புகிறேன். தேங்க்யூ.
We could anticipate more disasters. Though we are in 2021, we are experiencing some of the disasters at the moment, natural disasters particularly. So her invitation to the whole youth, especially the women leaders, the women or the girls, be a nature lover. And any activities that they do should be related to nature loving. Therefore, she called upon the youth to be more active nature lovers and to experience the nature to prevent disasters that might occur in the future.
வணக்கம். வருமுன் காக்க அப்படிங்கிற ஒரு சொல் ஒன்று இருக்கு. அதாவது அனர்த்தம் ஏற்பட்ட பிறகு நம்மளால் எதுவுமே பண்ண முடியாது, எல்லாமே முடிஞ்சிடும். ஸோ வருமுன் காக்க, அனர்த்தம் ஏற்படுறதுக்கு முன்னாடியே நம்மளால் என்ன பண்ண முடியுமோ அதற்கான செயற்பாடுகளில் எல்லாருமே ஈடுபடுறதுக்கு தயாராக இருங்க. எக்கோ நேச்சர் சம்மந்தமான உங்களுக்கு ஏதாச்சும் ஒரு ரிக்வெஸ்ட், மற்றபடி எக்கோ நேச்சர் சம்மந்தமாக உங்களுக்கு ஏதாச்சும் ஐடியாஸ் இப்படிலாம் இருந்துச்சுன்னா கண்டிப்பாக யோசிக்காமல் போயிட்டு அதில் இணைந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். அதை நான் உணர்வுபூர்வமாக உணர்ந்து நான் சொல்கிறேன். ஏன்னா என்னோட வாழ்க்கை வந்து சேஞ்ச் ஆகியிருக்கு இந்த எக்கோடிஆர்ஆர் ப்ரொஜெக்ட் மூலமாக. கண்டிப்பாக நம்புங்க, உங்களோட வாழ்க்கையும் வந்து கண்டிப்பாக சேஞ்ச் ஆகும். நன்றி.
Prevention is better than cure. So you don't need to wait until a disaster happens. So be prepared yourself. As youth, you have the capacity, you have the resources, you can mobilize and be prepared to encounter the disaster. So don't just wait until a disaster hit. Rather, you do any take preventative measures to at least to do an early response if that hits. If not, be prepared to protect the ecosystem.
Thank you. Okay, there are a few. Okay, whom to take first? Satish was. Yeah. Okay. So there is one person virtually connected. We'll go first, and then I will come back to you. You can raise your question, Satish. Sorry, you're not clear. Can you just type your question and send it through chat box, chat.
நீங்கள் தொடுத்த கேள்வியானது எங்களுக்கு விளங்கவில்லை. உங்களால் அதை எழுத முடியுமா?
Okay. Text.
நீங்கள் இந்த பாக்ஸில் எழுதி விடுங்களேன் கேள்வியை.
Till we get that question, I will move to the next question. Please help them to get the question through the chat. Jagat, can you please? Okay. To whom can I go? Svenaka.
Thank you. My name is Menak. I'm representing Janata Action. Thank you very much again. I'm just focusing my question towards to youth members. So I think Sri Lanka is the average age of Sri Lankans is 34. It's fairly young. I think you are the people who will be taking forward the governance of Sri Lanka, who will be taking decisions about the environment in future. And now I know that you have done a lot of work in the ground. Just simple, I just want to ask simply, how are you going to take this message to the decision makers? The people who take decisions in your area, probably at the Pradeshya Sabha, even higher level. What is your plan? How do you think of taking your great message of being good to the environment, or as this eco-friendly message to the decision makers as powerful youth? Thank you.
இந்த தமிழில் நான் இந்த கொஸ்டினை ரிப்பீட் பண்ணுறேன். அண்ட் அவர் கேட்குறவர், இப்போ நீங்கள் இந்த மெசேஜை இகோடிஆர்ஆர் மெசேஜ் இப்போ நீங்கள் இந்த ப்ரோக்ராமில் பங்கு பெற்றிருக்கிறீங்க, இந்த ப்ரோக்ராமில் கலந்து கொண்டு நீங்கள் நல்ல எக்ஸ்பீரியன்ஸ் எடுத்துருக்கிறீங்க, அதை எப்படி உங்களோட மற்ற யூத்துக்கு நீங்கள் இதை எடுத்துகிட்டு போகிறது எப்படின்னு கேட்குறாங்க. அதுக்கு என்ன சரி உங்க மெக்கானிசம் ஒன்று வச்சிருக்கிறீங்களா? இல்லாட்டி என்ன சரி ஒரு ஐடியா ஒன்று வச்சிருக்கிறீங்களா? எப்படி நீங்க இந்த மெசேஜை ப்ரமோட் பண்ண போறீங்கன்னு?
நாங்க வந்து ஜுத் கிளப்பால வந்து ஒவ்வொரு மாதமும் ஜுத் கிளப்புக்குன்ற ஒரு மீட்டிங் நடக்கும். இப்போ நாங்கள் எக்கோடிஆர்ஆர் சம்மந்தமான எங்கள் ப்ரொஜெக்ட்டுக்கு போனாலும் ஒரு ஒர்க் ஷாப்புக்கு போனாலும் ஒவ்வொரு மாதமும் எங்களோட வில்லேஜில் உள்ள ஜுத் கிளப் மெம்பர்ஸை அழைச்சி அவ்வளோ பேரோடையும் அது சம்மந்தமான விஷயங்கள் என்னென்ன நாங்கள் கற்றுக்கொண்டோம்ன்ற விஷயங்களை வந்து எங்களோட ஜுத் கிளப்பில் வந்து அவங்களுக்கு சொல்லி கொடுப்போம். அதன் மூலமாக அவங்கள் அந்த விஷயங்களை எப்படியும் ஒரு 50 இளைஞர்கள் எங்களோட ஜுத் கிளப் மீட்டிங் வந்தாங்களேண்டா நாங்கள் ஒரு 5 பேர் போய் கற்றுக்கொண்ட விஷயங்களை அந்த 50 இளைஞர்களுக்கு நாங்கள் சொல்லுவோம். பிறகு அவங்களோட ஃபேமிலியில் போய் அந்த விஷயம் என்னென்ன இன்றைக்கு சொன்னாங்க இப்படி நடந்தது அவங்க சொல்லும்போது எங்களோட வில்லேஜ் பூராவே அந்த விஷயங்கள் வந்து சென்றடையும். அடுத்தது வந்து நாங்கள் ஜுத் கிளப் ஊடாக எங்களோட கிராம மட்ட அமைப்புகள் உமன் ஆடியஸ், அடுத்தது கிராம அபிவிருத்தி சங்கம், மீனவர் சங்கம், விவசாய அமைப்பு, இந்த அமைப்புகளோட எல்லாம் நாங்கள் ஒரு எங்களோட வில்லேஜில் வந்து ஒரு 3 மாதத்துக்கு ஒரு அப்படி ஒரு மீட்டிங் போடுவோம். அப்போ அதில் வந்து இந்த விஷயங்கள் சம்மந்தமாக நாங்கள் கதைப்போம். அதன் மூலம் அவங்களுக்கு நிறைய விஷயங்கள் சென்றடையும். எல்லாரும் எங்களோட இணைஞ்சு விளங்கி கொள்ளாட்டியும் ஓரளவு எல்லாருமே இணைஞ்சு எங்களோட செயற்படுவாங்க. அதன் மூலம் நாங்கள் எக்கோடிஆர்ன்ற திட்டத்தை வந்து மற்ற எல்லாருக்குமே அது சென்றடையக்கூடியமாக இருக்கும் என்று நினைக்கிறேன். தேங்க்யூ.
There are a number of platforms that we could take this message when we go back. We have monthly youth meetings, so that's one of the forums that we could disseminate these messages what we learn here, and also quarterly meetings for women RDS and also fisheries committees. So that's another avenue that we would spread this message. And also there are periodically individual meetings also happens at the divisional level. So, thank you.
Thank you, but I think the question was little different. But he was basically asking not how they can share the message with other villages. He was basically asking how these messages can be taken to the, let's say, the administrative departments or the decision makers, policy makers, let's say like to the GA or to the division secretary, to make these changes happen.
இந்த கேள்வியில் ஒரு சின்ன திருப்பம் உண்டு. தங்கச்சி, நீங்கள் இந்த மெசேஜில் வந்து நீங்கள் அட்மினிஸ்ட்ரேட்டிவ் இந்த டிசிஷன் மேக்கிங் முடிவுகள் எடுக்கப்படுற இடங்களில் வந்து இந்த மெசேஜ் இந்த தகவல்களை நீங்கள் எவ்வாறு கொண்டு சென்று முடிவுகள் எடுப்பதற்கு உதவியாக இருப்பீர்கள், உதவி செய்வீர்கள் என்றதுதான் கேள்வி.
இது சம்மந்தமாக இப்போ வேஸ்ட் மேனேஜ் சம்மந்தமாக நாங்கள் கதைக்கோன்னு மட்டும் சொன்னால் பிரதேச சபாவுக்கு போவோம். போய் அவங்களோட வந்து எங்களோட திட்டத்தை பற்றி முதல்ல அவங்களுக்கு சொல்லுவோம். சொல்லி இப்படி கவர்மெண்ட் நீங்கள் எங்களுக்கு சப்போர்ட் பண்ணால் நாங்கள் இதை செய்யலாம்னு சொல்லி அவங்க கவர்மெண்ட் ஆக்கள் வந்து பிரதேச சபையில் இப்போ சப்போர்ட் பண்ணுவாங்க. அடுத்தது நாங்கள் வந்து எங்களோட பெட்டியை பொறுத்தளவில் கவர்மெண்ட் ஏஜெண்ட் ஜிஏவுடைய போய் நாங்கள் எங்களோட ப்ரொஜெக்டை ஜிஏக்கு முன்னுக்கே நாங்கள் நின்று ப்ரெசன்டேஷன் பண்ணினாங்க. இது இத்தனை காலமாக செய்யப்படையில் நாங்கள் எங்களோட ஊரில் வந்து வாட்டர் மேனேஜ்மெண்ட் செய்த நாங்கள் அந்த செக்கேரியா குளம் புனரமைப்பும் அப்போ ஜிஏக்கு முன்னுக்கே போய் அதன் அட்வான்டேஜஸ் டிஸ்அட்வான்டேஜஸை பற்றி நாங்கள் ஒரு ப்ரெசன்டேஷன் ஒன்று பண்ணினாங்க. அவங்களுக்கு ப்ரொப்போசலும் வழங்கி ஒரு ப்ரெசன்டேஷனை பண்ணினாங்க. பண்ணி அதிலிருந்து அவங்க சில முடிவுகள் எடுத்து அரச தரப்பு கூடாக கதைச்சி அக்ரேரியன் டிபார்ட்மெண்ட்டோட கதைச்சி அப்படி அவங்களுக்கு கூட செய்து எங்களுக்கு நாங்கள் இப்படித்தான் எங்களோட திட்டங்களை வந்து அவங்களுக்கு முன் வச்சோம். அதுக்கு பிறகு அவங்க எங்களோட திட்டங்களை வந்து அக்செப்ட் பண்ணாங்க.
There's sort of an open door policy for this youth group between the youth group and the government agent at the district level and also at the divisional level, DS level. So perhaps this youth group do gap analysis and also they propose solutions. So whereby the decision makers will be there. So the GA invites respective department heads to sit at, especially in particular, and they proposed the solution. So GA takes the responsibility. So there's an accountability mechanism is in place in particular district. So that's something that's very impressive at the there. And also when it goes to presidential level, Pradesh Sabha level speaking, and he was welcoming the ideas. Innovative idea, the youth engagement happened between the departments, especially in Kacheri and DS office.
Okay, you can add, yes.
നമ്മുടെ നുവറേലിയ പ്രദേശത്ത് പൊറുത്തമട്ടിൽ നുവറേலியா டிஸ்ட்ரிக்ட் ஆஃபீஸர்ஸ் அவங்களோட மூலமாக வந்து நிறைய ப்ரோக்ராம் வந்து நமக்கு நடைபெற்றிருக்கு. அதன் மூலமாக வந்து அவங்களுக்கும் நமக்குமான சிறந்த ஒரு கான்டாக்ட் வந்து கிடைக்கப்பட்டிருக்கு. இதன் மூலமாக பல்வேறு அந்த கான்டாக்ட் கிடைக்கப்பட்டதன் வாயிலாக அவங்களுக்கும் நமக்குமான ஒரு கெப் வந்து இல்லாமல் போய் எங்களோட பிரச்சனைகள் குறைநிறைகளை வந்து அவங்கள்ட்ட இலகுவாக தெரியப்படுத்துறதுக்கான வாய்ப்பு வந்து அதிகமாக கிடைக்கப்பட்டிருக்கு. மேலும் ஃபாரஸ்ட் டிபார்ட்மெண்ட் பழம் தரும் மரங்கள் அந்த நாட்டின டைமில் கூட ஃபாரஸ்ட் டிபார்ட்மெண்ட் மூலமான ஒரு சப்போர்ட் வந்து கிடைக்கப்பட்டுச்சு. அக்ரிகல்ச்சர் டிபார்ட்மெண்ட் மூலமாக அந்த 20 லைவ்லிஹுட் கிடைச்ச 20 பேருக்கும் பதிவு செய்து தர்றதா வந்து சொல்லியிருக்காங்க. மற்றபடி எஸ்டேட் மேனேஜ்மெண்ட்ஸ் அவங்க வந்து வளமையாகவே நமக்கான ஒரு சப்போர்ட்டை வந்து கொடுத்துக்கிட்டே இருக்காங்க.
So further, the discussion goes on. I mean, the response from Nuwara district, there's an integrated programs with the government officials and also with the youth. That's more strengthen the relationship every time they see at the workshops and the programs. So there's a relationship built. So that experience is more influential for the youth to implement the project at the district level. He mentioned that the agriculture department is willing to register those 20 livelihood activities at the district. And there was a question posted on a group. I think this is for the policy holders.
He went. Anyway,
he left.
What is the question?
So the question was, how are we going to use policy proposals in national planning?
I think it's a very broad question. Basically now as an organization, ChildFund, we have an advocacy program, okay? And during that within that advocacy program, what we are trying to do, to bring certain policy changes into the areas of DRR at the same time where our organization is focused, let's say the child protection and all. So these dialogues will continually happen, and especially now we have a compiled document about the needs of policy changes that is required on ECO-DRR. So we will take that the document or the publication to the other audiences, and we'll make it happen. So there's a journey to go, with that.
ChildFund Sri Lanka வந்து தங்கள் திட்ட முகாமைத்துவத்துக்குள் அட்வொகசி என்ற ஒரு யூனிட் இருக்கின்றது. அந்த அட்வொகசி யூனிட் வந்து நீங்கள் கேட்கப்பட்ட கேள்விக்கான அட்வொகசி, அதாவது பாலிசி லெவல் சம்பந்தமான டிஸ்கஷன்ஸை வந்து சம்பந்தப்பட்ட தரப்போடு வந்து அவர்கள் செய்வார்கள். இதற்காக வந்து அவர்கள் நிறைவு செய்யப்பட்ட ஒரு டாக்குமெண்ட் வைத்திருக்கிறார்கள். அவர்கள் சந்தர்ப்பங்கள் கிடைக்கின்ற போது அந்த டாக்குமெண்ட்டை சமர்ப்பித்து இந்த நீங்கள் கேட்ட கேள்விக்கான விடையை எதிர்காலத்தில் தரக்கூடிய நிலைமை ஒன்று ஏற்படுத்தி தருவதாக கூறுகின்றார்கள்.
Okay, the last question, I think, since we are running out of time. Sir, can you please pass the mic? Okay.
Thank you very much. I think my question is partly answered from Nalaka's question actually, but still I would like to post it because it's important maybe to you youth leaders. Now the project is coming to an end, right? That I think that's we all know about it. The most important thing is the sustainability of it. So I would like to pose this question to both of you and say how you are going to continue these activities with all the key stakeholders, even without ChildFund. I think, because this is very important. We just observed how you have done wonderful work, fascinating, but will they get stopped after the project? This is the question. So how do you ensure that you would work together with your youth partners and continue to do this good work with the government officers, with other stakeholders, and set a good model for others to follow? That's my question. Maybe you have answered already partly, but still a strong answer would be really important for all of us to know that you are ready to take this forward. Thank you.
இந்த கேள்வியானது யூத் லீடர்ஸ் உங்களுக்குரியது. பார்ட்லி மிஸ்டர் நாலக்கு பதில் வழங்கியிருந்தாலும் கூட அவர் உங்களிடமிருந்து எதிர்பார்க்கின்றார் 2 கேள்விகள். ஒன்று சஸ்டைனபிலிட்டி, இதை தொடர்ந்தேர்ச்சியாக நீங்கள் செய்வதற்கு, அதாவது உங்களுடைய ப்ராஜெக்ட் இப்போது முடிவுக்கு வருகின்றது, திட்டம் இப்போது முடிய போகின்றது, நிப்பாட்டினால் எல்லாம் முடிஞ்சுதா, அல்லது நீங்கள் என்ன விதமாக திட்டங்களை வைத்திருக்கிறீர்கள் இதை தொடர்ந்து செய்வதற்கு? 2வது, எவ்வாறு தொடர்ந்து செய்வீர்கள் என்ற கேள்வியை அவர் தொடுத்திருக்கின்றார்.
வணக்கம். இந்த ப்ரோக்ராம் சம்மந்தமாக ஏற்கனவே இது சம்மந்தமான ஆன்சர் ஒன்று நான் பண்ணியிருந்தேன். எமர்ஜென்சி ரெஸ்பான்ஸ் டீம், இந்த டீம் மூலமாக அனர்த்தங்கள் ஏற்படுறதுக்கு முன்னாடி அனர்த்தம் ஏற்பட்டு கொண்டு இருக்கின்ற நிலைமையில் கூட அநேகமானோர் இணைந்து குழுக்களாக இணைந்து ப்ராப்ளம்ஸை ஃபைண்ட் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். அதே போல் லைவ்லிஹுட், இந்த லைவ்லிஹுட் சப்போர்ட் கிடச்சி இந்த ஒர்க் ஓவராலாக நடந்து கொண்டு இருக்குது. இப்போ இந்த நடந்துக்கு இருக்க ஒர்க் எப்படியுமே ஸ்டாப் ஆகாது. அந்த 20 லைவ்லிஹுட் கிடைச்சவங்களோட அந்த ஃபண்ட் ப்ரொசஸ் ஆகிக்கிட்டு இருக்கு இந்த ஒர்க்கில். ஸோ இது ஸ்டாப் ஆகாது, இது மேலும் நடந்து கொண்டு தான் இருக்கும். இப்போ இங்கே வாரத்துக்கு முன்னாடி நம்மளோட டீம் மெம்பர்ஸ் எல்லாருமே என்ன பண்ணாங்கன்னா, அடுத்து என்ன பண்ண போகிறோம் அப்படிங்கிற மாதிரி ஒரு கேள்வி தான் அவங்க எல்லார் மத்தியிலுமே இருந்துச்சு. ஏன்னா ப்ரொஜெக்ட் க்ளோஸ் ஆக போகுது, அடுத்து என்ன பண்ண போகிறோம். அப்போது நாங்கள் எடுத்த முடிவு என்னன்னா, ப்ரொஜெக்ட் இந்த டிஆர்ஆர் அப்படிங்கிறது அந்த எக்கோ சிஸ்டம் பேஸ் நின்று போனாலும், எப்படியுமே நம்ம உலகத்தில் எந்த மூலைக்கு போனாலும் வானம் அப்படியே தான் இருக்கும். நம்ம ஒரு வீட்டுக்கு இருக்கலாம், எங்கே இருந்தாலும் மேலே இருக்க வானம் அப்படியே தான் இருக்கும். அதே மாதிரி தான் நம்மளோட மனசில் இயற்கை சம்பந்தமான ஏற்படுற ஒரு இம்பேக்ட், அந்த தாக்கம் அது அப்படியே தான் இருக்கும். இயற்கையை பாதுகாக்கணும் அப்படின்னு நினைக்கிற இம்பேக்ட் எப்பயுமே மாறாது. நன்றி.
As he mentioned earlier, so he has formed, or the youth have formed emergency response team, and they have been well trained to provide responses. Also, prior to a disaster happen, there is a problem identification tool the youth have. So they will identify a disaster before it hits, and they will immediately react to that. So there is sort of a sustainable mechanism through these youth being formed. And also these 20 livelihood activities that are ongoing, they're not worried about much about this end of the project because they're already in the business making process. So that's another sustainability plan the youth have. And also before he arrives to the venue here, the youths got together and asked him what is next for us. So he said that the sky remains where it is. And the ideology around loving nature has to continue. So he gave some confident word before he comes here to the youth.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. So then, as we have, run out of the time, I will just take another maybe 2 or 3 minutes to sum up what was mainly discussed, in this panel. I'm not sure whether I can be fair enough with the points that are all highlighted. Okay, basically now taking the discussion that we had with Mr. Nalaka, what was highlighted basically, the synergy, it was even mentioned by Mr. Rang, the synergy of our interventions is really important, and that will definitely make an impact. Then the other point, I mean, giving recognition to the youth leaders and understanding their aspiration is important in working with young people, and that is one of the learning, I think, out of the project that we have gained. And especially like I mean, in working with youth, understanding their interest and investing on them will definitely, you know, help in bringing I mean, like in mobilizing youth population. So that was highlighted by Mr. Nalaka. And then if I go to the discussion points which was mentioned by Dr. Anand, the knowledge management, what he was mentioning, like it is really important having these all knowledge and taking these information to the future generation and learning jointly, something that was, you know, highlighted. And then and especially bringing technology into these I mean, like into these programs, at the same time improving our policies with the technology, that is also important. And due attention on the current policies that we have and practice them, that is also important, because rather than, you know, reform, I mean, rather than going for policy amendments, we already have a number of policies which we can take into consideration. And if I just highlight few points which was mentioned by Ms. Tavapraja, I think what she was mainly mentioning, I think the recognition that she gained, and especially as a girl, it was, you know, it was something that she is, you know, proud of, and understanding different I mean, difference in our culture, and equally treating to all, like then yeah. Another, I mean, which was mentioned by Mr. Rokshantan, if I tell you, like the project, it was supported them to connect with the stakeholders, and the project supported in getting a better recognition. Okay, and finally, like if I share the last message, what she was sharing, to be a nature lover, I mean, a kind of like carrying message to all of us, to promote the eco-DRR concept in our communities, and to make it a reality. So that's all from me, and thanks a lot for your I mean, attention. And I would also like to thank Mr. Nalaka, Dr. Anand, and Mr. Avapraja, and also Mr. Rokshantan for joining with us. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much to all of you for joining us. And thank you very much, Kaushal Athanayaka, Technical Specialist, ChildFund Sri Lanka, for moderating and steering this conversation, the panel discussion. Thank you very much to our dear youth leaders for joining us. And now we are going to proceed with the last event of the agenda. Thank you very much, both of you, for joining us. So we have come to the finale of this wonderful event, a thought-provoking and indeed an insightful event. A lot to do. This is not just going to conclude, though the project is coming to a close after an ardent effort in mobilizing the youth in the country, especially in 4 districts, to steer this conversation forward, to steer the eco-DRR project and make it truly a youth-led movement that will take the country into a disaster resilient and also a proactive community in facing these disasters. So to conclude this insightful event, I would like to invite to propose the vote of thanks Mrs. Sandamali Rajapaksha, Technical Specialist, ChildFund, Sri Lanka.
A pleasant day to every village to propose thanks at the end of this landmark event of ChildFund Sri Lanka. I hope you all have had an extremely useful day. We have learned a great deal and very much indebted to all those who made this event a reality. First and foremost, I would like to thank ChildFund Korea for recognizing DRR and youth needs of our country and awarding us this great project. Without their financial support and cordial relationship for last 3 years and even before, we wouldn't be able to see these great stories today. Coming back to our great strength at country level, I would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to Chief Guest and Keynote Speaker today, retired Major General Sudhanta Ranasinghe, the Director General of Disaster Management Center, for his continuous advice, invaluable guidance, and cooperation and operationalizing this project in Sri Lanka. Further, I would like to thank all the participants from Ministry of Environment and Disaster Management Center, whom had been a great support for us throughout, and also special thanks to guest speakers who made it a point to discuss different aspects of the topic for their contribution to this audience and the DRR disclosure in general. Further, I would like also thank participants from UN agencies, here and join hand with us to contribute to a worthy cause. ChildFund Sri Lanka also would like to extend their gratitude to government agents, districts and divisional secretariat and other officials in Batiklo, Mullaitivu, Nuwara and Puttalam district for their leadership and guidance at district for the great stories you heard today. Our special Pradeep, we appreciate your tireless effort in making this event a success. Last but not least, made this event a remarkable one in childhood history and in Sri Lanka disaster management history.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Sandamali Rajapaksha. Thank you very much, everybody who joined with us at this occasion. Thank you very much, youth from the 4 different areas. ரொம்ப நன்றி எங்களோட கலந்து கொண்டதுக்கு. බොහොම ස්තුතියි අපිත් එක්ක මෙතෙක් වෙලා රැඳී සිටියාට. ගොඩක් කාල වේලා අපිත් එක්ක හිටියා. ඉතින් අපිට පුළුවන් ද අත් දෙක උස්සලා පෙන්නන්න ඔයගොල්ලන් තාමත් අපිත් එක්ක ඉන්නවා කියලා. கைகளை உயர்த்தி காட்டுவோமா? நாங்க இன்னும் இந்த நிகழ்ச்சியோடு இருப்போண்டு. අපි හිතනවා ඔබ අපත් එක්ක මේ වැඩසටහනත් එක්ක තවත් চিරාත් කාලයක් ඉදිරියට ඇදිලා යයි කියලා. අපි ලබාගත් දැනුම ඉදිරියට බෙදාගනයි කියලා සමාජය සාර්ථක තැනක් හැටියට මේ පණිවිඩය ඉදිරියට අරගෙන යන්න පුළුවන් වෙයි කියලා අපි හිතනවා. බොහොමත්ම ස්තුතියි ඔබට. ரொம்ப நன்றி உங்களுக்கு எங்களோட கலந்து கொண்டதுக்கு. Thank you very much everybody. Thanks for being here this evening, and we hope that Sri Lanka, coming in unison, we can do much more to be disaster resilient. Have a very great evening, and your refreshments served outside.